Hello and welcome to Quiet Hours, a place where the world slows down and mysterious stories fill the silence of the night. Before we begin, make sure you're comfortable and ready to relax. And if you enjoy these relaxing horror stories, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. Now, let the quiet take over and the story begin. A little over 2 years ago, my young sons and I set off to Colorado for an extended visit with my family. I spent the first half of our stay at my mom's. We left early, around 8 in the morning, and after a pleasant 11-hour drive, I arrived exhausted. My mom told me I'd be bunking with my 5-year-old sister that night. She mentioned my sister didn't usually sleep in her room, but was looking forward to a sleepover of sorts with me and my 2-year-old and 3-month-old sons. My mom's apartment was on the 2nd floor, nestled between other units on each side. The room I'd be sleeping in was at the back of the apartment, a small room to the left with no windows or closet. Just outside was the dining room, and with the door open, you could see the hallway wall leading to the bathroom. Walking in, you'd see a queen-sized bed taking up most of the room's back wall, touching 3 of the 4 walls. I set up a pock-and-play near the foot of the bed for my toddler, while my baby would sleep in his infant seat by the door to keep him safe from his big brother's sprawling sleep habits. After saying goodnight, we all headed to the room around 9 p.m. I read a bit to the kids, tucked them in, and turned out the light. I left the door slightly cracked, allowing a faint stream of light from my mom's TV down the hall to filter in. My sister, wanting to sleep closest to the wall, took that spot, which suited me fine since I knew I'd be up tending to my baby at some point in the night. Lying on my side, I listened to the steady breathing of everyone around me as they drifted off to sleep. My sister and older son were out quickly, but my littlest one was still stirring. I willed myself to stay awake, knowing he'd probably cry out the moment I got comfortable. But after a while, the room grew silent. He'd fallen asleep too. Relieved, I opened my eyes to check if he was really asleep or just lying there, waiting to wake me up. But what I saw shocked me. Kneeling next to my baby's seat was a man, gazing down at my son, his hand resting near the seat. I couldn't believe my eyes. I screamed silently in my head, trying to will myself awake if this was a dream. I blinked quickly, but the figure remained. He then turned his head slightly and met my gaze. His stare was curious, holding for a brief moment before he vanished before my eyes. My heart was racing as I scrambled to check on my baby, but he was sleeping soundly, and the room was as calm as before. There was no fear in the air, just a deep calm and sleepiness. I felt strangely unafraid, despite what I had just witnessed. Sitting back down, I marveled at this encounter, finally understanding why my little sister didn't like sleeping in that room alone. The next day, I told my family about it, leaving my sister out of it, and while they seemed a little spooked, they weren't overly worried. In the 2 years since, there were other unusual experiences. Shadowy figures, strange feelings, and one episode where my mom felt the spirit leave for good. She and my brothers were sitting around when suddenly a gust of wind swept through the apartment, pulling some curtains out through the open windows. Since then, nothing strange has happened. Today, my mom called and, after a quick chat, asked if my brother had told me about something interesting that had recently happened. When I said no, she shared the story. A woman had pulled up in a van and came upstairs to talk to my mom. She asked if my mom lived in the apartment behind them, and my mom confirmed it. The woman then asked, excitedly, if the ghost was still there. She explained that she'd lived in that apartment years ago and was certain there was a male spirit in the space. My mom shared a few of our experiences but told her she believed the spirit was gone after that last gust of wind. This past summer, I had my first real ghost encounter. Here's some background to give you a better idea of the situation. After my grandma passed away in 2012, strange things began happening around my uncle's house. The oddest of these involved a Mr. Hanky-talking bobblehead from South Park that kept going off randomly, even though it hadn't been touched and the batteries hadn't been changed in years. Something seemed to keep draining the battery, and he started noticing it more after Grandma passed. The figure would randomly talk, and although it sounds silly, it felt like there was more going on. Fast forward to this year, my dad went out of state for a reunion with his old band, which was being held in the same area where my uncle lives. So he stayed at my uncle's place during his trip. It's worth noting that my dad and uncle look very similar. This will be important later. When Dad came back, I welcomed him home, and after catching up, I went back to my room to write. A few minutes into it, the lights in my room started flickering wildly. I live in an old house, so flickering lights aren't rare, but this time it went on long enough to be annoying. Frustrated, I snapped a picture, hoping to catch whatever was causing it. When I looked at the photo, there was a strange, blob-like shape in it. The figure was partly transparent with a bluish hue. I know anomalies sometimes show up in photos, so I wasn't sure what to make of it. Was it a real ghostly presence or just an odd camera effect? I yelled, "Ghost!" loud enough that my parents came rushing in, wondering what was going on. When I showed them the photo, my dad brushed it off, but my mom seemed subtly intrigued. After that, I avoided sleeping in my room and even tried convincing my parents to let me move into the basement. Unfortunately, they wouldn't allow it, so I returned to my room and started talking to whatever was there, hoping to reason with it. Surprisingly, I felt a calm come over me afterward, almost as if I'd made a new friend. A few weeks later, things got stranger, not only for me but for my parents too. The first odd event happened with my incense. I burn incense daily and had a stick ready in its holder by my bed, but I decided to wait to light it for some reason. I went downstairs to talk to my mom and returned a bit later to find the holder and incense on the floor, right side up with ash scattered everywhere. My first thought was that my mom accidentally knocked it over while making my bed, but then I realized my bed was unmade. She hadn't even touched the area where I keep the incense. After asking, she confirmed she hadn't touched it, and I was left wondering if it was my ghostly visitor causing trouble. Not long after, my mom had her own strange experiences. One morning, I heard her cursing and went to see what was wrong. A flower pot was shattered on the floor, with leaves and dirt scattered everywhere. She immediately called my dad, accusing him of knocking it over and not cleaning up. He denied it, and when she turned to me, she quickly realized it couldn't have been me either, as I don't usually open the curtains in the morning. That's Dad's routine. With both of us ruled out, she began to wonder if something unexplained was going on. The next incident was even stranger. Late one night, while I was asleep, my mom heard a bizarre noise. After investigating, she found it was coming from our Blu-ray player, which was vibrating as if someone were shaking it. The thing hadn't been used in forever, so there was no reason for it to be on, let alone moving like that. The final incident involved my dad. He usually sits downstairs to watch TV and was heading to the garage to grab something. When he went to open the door to the garage, the doorknob was lying on the floor. He was annoyed, knowing he'd have to fix it, but shrugged it off, even though it had never happened before. A month later, my uncle came to stay with us for a while during his vacation. For me, my uncle is an inspiration when it comes to ghosts. We even joke about ghost adventures together. I showed him the photo I'd taken earlier. Sorry, I can't attach it here since it's on another device. He found it interesting since he's captured similar images himself. Sometimes, when I'm bored, I take random pictures around my room to see if I catch anything. I've noticed orbs in the viewfinder as the flash goes off, but when I check the actual picture, they're gone. My uncle refers to these as fast ghosts, ones that show up briefly but disappear from the final image. Neither of us knows if this is a real phenomenon, but it's intriguing. Strangely, while he stayed with us, the activity in the house settled down, and when he left, it seemed to leave with him. Here's my theory. My uncle's house has always had a lot of spirit activity, and I think some of the spirits might follow him. Since my dad and uncle look so similar, it's possible the ghost followed my dad home by mistake, thinking he was my uncle. Then, when my uncle visited, it realized its mistake and left with him. People have asked if I think this ghost could be my grandma, but I don't believe so. For one, my grandma was never mischievous, while this ghost clearly has a playful streak. My family and I even nicknamed it Mr. Ghost, as I sense it's a male energy. There's never been any sign or feeling that it's my grandma. I'm starting to think it's not the places I live that are haunted, but rather me. No matter where I go, strange things happen. Sometimes others notice, sometimes they don't. It's reached a point where unexplained occurrences don't faze me much anymore. I've grown used to it. The things happening in our current home don't scare me or my husband, but they do make me wonder about our daughter and any future effects on her. I originally wrote this up months ago, but for various reasons, bad timing, life getting in the way, I didn't post it. Since then, a few more things have happened, so I'll include those first. A few nights ago, my husband and I were getting ready for bed, both of us in the bathroom, when we both heard what sounded like distant voices. He noticed it first, and we assumed it was our daughter, but the baby monitor was silent, and the faint mumbling continued. I'd heard this before in our house and shrugged it off, but it was my husband's first time experiencing it. The voices were indistinct, but definitely human-like. Another time, we came home to find the shower on, soaking everything in the bathroom. Nothing was broken or left running by accident. It just seemed to have turned on by itself. Annoying, really. Then, after an intense counseling session where I processed some past trauma, I returned home feeling both relieved and exhausted. As I approached the house, I heard loud, forceful banging coming from inside. I inspected the house for any sign of intruders or animals, but found nothing. Since it was a nice day, I decided to sit outside, but the banging continued from within, loud and persistent. After posting my last experience, I tried smudging the house, focusing on filling the space with positivity. While doing this, I heard rapping and banging throughout the house, but always in rooms I hadn't reached yet. It was as if the noise was retreating, moving to the back rooms until I'd finished smudging the whole place, after which everything fell silent. This next incident was minor but unsettling. One morning, while getting ready, the song Seven Devils by Florence and the Machine started playing by itself. It was an odd choice for the morning, to say the least. Here's the original story I wrote a few months ago, with a few edits to adjust for time. One night, I had an experience that really shook me. I was reading in bed, with our cat beside me and the bedroom door closed but not latched. I had this unsettling feeling, like someone was watching me. I heard what sounded like weight shifting just outside the door, and then, boom, a loud, startling crash came from outside the bedroom. I froze, fearing someone might have broken in. I stayed as still as possible, reaching for our gun, and tried to listen for any other sounds that might indicate someone's presence. When I didn't hear anything more, I called my husband, mostly to calm my nerves. As we talked, I heard something moving in the master bathroom, like an object sliding across the counter. My husband works in law enforcement and decided to come home for a quick check. We searched the house but found nothing out of place, which honestly I expected. The sounds I'd heard were too clear to ignore, but my daughter had slept through it all, despite the racket. Another time, I walked into the bedroom, and two things happened at once. I heard a loud crash from the bathroom just as the DVD player turned on by itself. I couldn't make sense of it. What could have caused both things to happen at the same moment? One night, while home alone and with my daughter asleep, I felt something tug on my ponytail. I was on the couch, winding down, when my hair was gently pulled back, even though there was nothing nearby it could have snagged on. Another odd incident involved the screen door. My husband was at work, and I was putting our daughter to bed. When I returned to the living room, I found the screen door open to the night. I checked everything, closed it, but of course found nothing out of place. Later, this happened to my husband too, except he says he actually saw it slide open by itself. Strangely, the door is very difficult to open. It barely slides even when we try. One last detail that's been on my mind is that my daughter now has an imaginary friend. I know this can be perfectly normal, but given everything else, it raises questions for me. She can hardly speak yet, so she doesn't verbally communicate with it, but she'll often look toward a spot in the house, get excited, and play peekaboo in that direction. Sometimes, she'll hold up her toys as if she's showing them to someone, just like she does with us. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. My husband and I, along with our two youngest daughters, moved into our current home about 10 years ago. Our house isn't old. It's a modular home we brought onto our land, So I don't think what's been happening is tied to the house itself, but rather the land. At first, the strange occurrences were subtle, but over time, things became creepier and, at times, unsettlingly aggressive. Still, the incidents only happen once every few months. It began quietly. When my daughters and I were alone at night, we'd feel the sensation of someone getting into bed with one of us. I'd sense a presence and feel the weight of something lying beside me, only to turn over and find nothing there. My daughters experienced this too at different times. One night, my oldest daughter woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of dishes clinking and water running. She was sure it was me washing dishes in the kitchen, but when she went to check, the light was on, yet the kitchen was empty, no dishes, no water running. If there was something haunting our home, it seemed to focus most of its attention on my youngest daughter. While I know teenagers can be dramatic, I believe her experiences. About 3 years after moving in, things took a disturbing turn for her. Her bedroom door would open and close on its own, and one night, she saw a demonic-looking shadow on her wall and heard sinister voices. Since there was no lock on their bathroom door, my daughters would open a drawer to block it, giving them some privacy and a sense of safety. One night, while my youngest was in the shower, she saw a dark figure through the curtain. Before she could react, the shower curtain lifted, and something scratched her leg. She ended up with 3 deep scratches on her inner thigh, scars that remained 3 years later. I'd always tried to comfort her by coming up with logical explanations, but a few months after that, something happened that I couldn't explain. My oldest daughter had moved out by then, and one night I was on the phone with her. My younger daughter had just finished her shower and was still in the bathroom. My husband was away, so it was just the two of us at home. As I chatted on the phone, I looked up to see my daughter standing in front of me, wrapped in a towel, pale and trembling. Thinking she was sick, I asked what was wrong. She pointed to the bathroom, so I set down the phone and went in, expecting to find a spider or something minor. But when I entered, nothing seemed wrong. Too shaken to follow me, she whispered, "Mom, look at the mirror." I turned to see the steam-covered mirror, and my heart sank. Written clearly in fresh, blocky letters were the words, "Go away." In that moment, I had no answers, no logical explanation, and no words of comfort. This didn't feel ghostly. It felt demonic. I sat her down and told her my honest feelings. I shared that while I don't really believe in ghosts, I do believe in demons, and I felt that something dark was in our home. I reminded her that we have power over these forces and that fear only feeds them. We prayed together, and I firmly demanded that whatever it was leave our home immediately. That night, I slept with her in the family room, both for her comfort and my own. The next morning, I steamed the mirror again, hoping to show my husband, but not a trace of the message reappeared, and it never has since. It's been 3 years since that night, and thankfully, we haven't had any more incidents. This story takes place in the house I live in now. I was in my early teens then, and there was a lot of pent-up negative energy in the household from constant family conflicts. This was a difficult time for all of us, and I can't help but feel that the negativity in the air drew in something dark, leading to the experiences I'm sharing here. At that time, I'd often see shadow people or dark figures moving around upstairs. Strangely, I was the only one who could see them, although my little brother could hear them, which reassured me that I wasn't imagining things. Apart from seeing shadowy figures and hearing footsteps in the hallway at night, things were relatively normal. But there's one important detail that ties into this story. In my bedroom closet, there's a panel in the ceiling that leads to the attic, the only access point in the entire house. The activity was subtle at first, but it intensified after I started researching the paranormal. Watching ghost hunting shows led me to conclude that maybe these were restless spirits, so I decided not to engage with them and just let them be. As tensions at home worsened, so did the activity. I began hearing noises outside my window and on the roof, scratches and small taps that sounded like an animal. I dismissed it, thinking it might be squirrels or raccoons. But after a while, the sounds shifted from the roof to directly inside the attic, right above my room. This was unsettling, but I tried to brush it off as an animal again. That changed when more intense experiences began to unfold. One night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to my bed shaking. At first, I thought my mom or brother was trying to wake me, but when I looked around, no one was there. Then my bed jerked suddenly, as though someone had pushed it with great force. My heart pounded as I lay back down, trying to convince myself it hadn't happened. Eventually, I fell back asleep. Another night, I heard footsteps coming down the hallway toward my room, followed by tapping on my door and the gentle rattle of the doorknob. Having seen shadow figures before, this scared me. I worried they were trying to get into my room. On one particular night, which still stands out, I'd fallen asleep on my back. Since then, I avoid this position, as I've heard it can lead to nightmares. Around 2:40 a.m., I woke up abruptly. I checked my phone and was about to roll over when I heard scratching sounds from the attic, directly above my bed. Out of curiosity, I rapped 3 times on the wall with my knuckles. Immediately, the scratching grew louder, and something began pacing back and forth. A shiver ran down my spine, and the room felt darker, as if an ominous presence had settled over it. At this point, I heard distinct thumping sounds over the attic panel in my closet. I tried to sit up, but it felt as though a heavy weight was pressing down on me, making it nearly impossible to move. I managed to lift my head just enough to see a glimpse of the closet. Frozen in place, I listened as the ceiling panel in the closet slid out of place and wooden beams in the attic creaked. My mind raced, telling me it wasn't real, but then I heard my clothes rustling on their hangers as if someone were climbing down into the closet. My breath caught as the doorknob began jerking violently from side to side, with scratching sounds coming from behind the door. I was terrified that whatever it was would break through and come for me. I tried to scream for my parents, but no sound came out. Certain I was moments away from coming face to face with some kind of monster, I began praying silently, asking it to leave and not to harm me. The moment I finished my prayer, the sounds stopped. For about 20 seconds, there was silence, then the faint sound of rustling clothes again, like someone climbing back into the attic. I heard the ceiling panel slide back into place, and the scratching moved to the far corner of the attic before fading into silence. The room seemed to brighten, and the oppressive energy lifted. Since that night, I've had other experiences in this house, but none as intense. The incident left me questioning if it was a case of sleep paralysis or an actual encounter, though it didn't feel like typical sleep paralysis. I wasn't paralyzed until a few minutes after waking, once the heavy energy engulfed the room. Whether it was sleep paralysis or an actual entity, it was terrifying, and I remember it vividly. I hope to share more of the strange experiences I've had here in the future. P.S. Since this event, I've cleansed my room with sage, focusing especially on the closet and attic panel, and haven't had any other issues in this part of the house. My parents disliked the smell of incense or smudge sticks, so I could only cleanse my room, leaving the rest of the house open to activity, which still lingers, especially in my parents' room. This was my first time actually seeing an apparition, though I'd had other paranormal encounters before. This story is entirely true, and several witnesses can attest to it. It happened at Gold Camp Road in Colorado Springs, a place known for 2 things. 1. Partying. It's an isolated, unsupervised area popular with teenagers and college students for drinking, smoking, and loud music. 2. Paranormal activity. Gold Camp has a reputation for eerie tales involving apparitions, malevolent energies, and stories of tragic deaths. Though the famous bus crash story isn't true, there's enough history of car crashes, murders, and even bodies tossed over the cliff into Cheyenne Canyon to make people curious. Many go up there to see if the rumors are true. One Friday night, I was hanging out with my friend Jay. I'll keep his name private out of respect. We were bored, and after our hookah session fizzled out, we needed something to do. Gold Camp came to mind as a place to potentially find a party, so we decided to drive up there. We parked at a pull-off near one of the tunnels overlooking the city and joined a group of college-aged kids who were smoking, drinking, and generally having a good time. Everyone was friendly, and soon we were all chatting and relaxing. A little after midnight, the music was turned down, and people gathered into groups, talking and joking around. I was mid-conversation when I heard a faint clinking sound, like metal chains, followed by a dragging noise. The sound grew louder, and my curiosity got the best of me, so I decided to investigate. The noise was coming from the edge of the road near a sign. As I looked over the side, I noticed it was a steep drop-off, nearly impossible to descend without serious injury. My first thought was, who could be down there, and how did they get there? Followed by, could someone have fallen and need help? Before I could say anything, a dark figure rose up from the edge, only about 10 feet away from me. It was huge, easily 6 feet 5 inches, shrouded in a white, tattered cloak wrapped with chains. At first, I thought someone was trying to prank us, given the area's reputation, but as I looked closer, something struck me as wrong. The figure had no face. At first, I thought the figure was just someone dressed in black, but then I realized its body was like a shadowy mist. It looked like someone had wrapped a body in a sheet, chained it, and thrown it down the hill. And downwind, there was a horrible stench, a sickening mix of sweat and decay. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The figure started slowly moving toward the road, dragging its chains behind it. Each footstep made a loud thud, as if it were wearing heavy boots. The group I'd left behind had gone silent. Everyone was watching this apparition in shock as it slowly walked along the road, seemingly unaware of our presence. I made sure everyone else saw what I was seeing and then gathered the nerve to follow it, hoping to figure out if this was really a ghost or some guy trying to scare us. The figure moved slowly, but its strides were huge, so I had to hurry to keep up. I followed it for about 30 feet when it suddenly stopped. It slowly turned toward the cliff's edge, where bushes and trees lined the road before the steep drop-off. I called out, "Hello!" in an attempt to communicate with it. Without any response, it took 2 steps into the bushes and vanished into thin air in a cloud of mist. Just like that, it was gone. I walked back to the group, stunned, and recounted what I just witnessed. They were as bewildered as I was. We spent another half-hour discussing the apparition, trying to make sense of what we'd seen before eventually parting ways. It was an unforgettable night. The others had been drinking, so some might say they weren't the most credible witnesses, but I was completely sober since I was driving. I saw it all clearly. Since then, I haven't seen anything quite like it, but it's fueled my interest in the paranormal. I'll always remember the man with the chains and wonder what his story was. Maybe if I go back up there, I'll encounter him again and learn a little more. My sister, who I'll call Elle, is 27, a couple of years older than I am. Her first experiences took place when she was around 19 or 20. At the time, she was working as a camp counselor on a Native American reservation a few hours from where we lived. As a side note, my father still lives in Indiana, but the rest of us have since moved away. During her time on the reservation, Elle and the other counselors experienced some eerie phenomena that they attributed to spirits on the land. Native American land, at least in the areas around us, has a strong association with myths about spirits and paranormal activity. One night, Elle was out by the fire with a few of the other counselors, relaxing after putting the kids to bed. As they sat eating their dinner, Elle felt a very deliberate tap on her shoulder. She turned, expecting to see one of the others, but no one was there. No one was even close enough to have touched her, and everyone was seated, with no sign of anyone moving or leaving. They were in the middle of the mesa, a large open area in the desert, far from trees or anything that might have fallen on her. The sensation lasted just a couple of seconds, long enough to feel intentional. Her, now ex-boyfriend, experienced similar things during his time at the camp, feeling taps and even grabs when he was walking alone through the campgrounds. He admitted that his walks often turned into sprints. Other counselors also reported these odd touches, finding it uncomfortable yet harmless, like a simple "hello, I am here," rather than any attempt to frighten or harm. Every night that Elle stayed at the camp, she would wake with the unsettling feeling of being watched. She had recurring dreams of a dark figure crouched in the corner of the room, staring at her. Each time she awoke, she'd be staring straight at that same corner. The feeling was heavy and foreboding, an eerie sense of presence lingering after she woke. She never experienced sleep paralysis during these events, just a sense of being fully conscious and alert, but deeply frightened. Typically, I don't put much weight on dream stories, but when a dream is so repetitive, especially from my own sister, it holds a little more significance for me. Years later, Elle became a massage therapist. She worked in a charming industrial shopping center filled with little shops, and her massage studio was divided into individual rooms, each therapist having a space to decorate and use as their own. Elle set up her room with candles, a small fountain, and soft music, making it a comfortable and welcoming space. But one room, used by a different therapist, had a powerful negative energy that Elle and others found almost unbearable. Whenever she entered, she felt weighed down by an overwhelming sense of anger and negativity. She would catch glimpses of dark shapes out of the corners of her eyes, but never head-on. The sensation was so strong that it seemed to cast a shadow over the entire space. Once the therapist left, the feelings of anger and negativity vanished. I've been in that building since then, and it feels perfectly ordinary. I never visited it while the other therapist was still there, but if the energy hadn't lifted after she left, I would have wanted to test the electric field to see if anything unusual came up. My sister is convinced that the woman carried some kind of negative energy with her, though she wouldn't try to guess what it might have been. I'll admit I'm still a skeptic. I'm more of a believe it when I see it kind of person, but I find my family's stories fascinating. After spending more than a year on this site, I'd like to think I'm a little more open-minded about the possibility of the paranormal. I'm writing this to catalog what's been happening in our home. I'll describe the strange things going on, but I'm also going to include possible rational explanations for each incident. When we toured our house with the landlord, the current tenant was still moving out. As we went upstairs, I noticed a smudging stick lying openly on a shelf. I wasn't snooping. It was just there in plain sight. I don't know much about smudging sticks beyond what I've seen in movies, which isn't exactly reliable, but I'm including this detail because it might be relevant. Regardless, I absolutely loved the house from the start and felt positive vibes. At the time, I was 7 months pregnant, and being the summer, it was hot, which didn't help with my sleep. Every other night, I'd head downstairs while my husband slept upstairs in our bedroom. I'd pass the time reading or browsing the web, and every night, I'd hear what sounded like footsteps coming from upstairs. It seemed like someone was walking around our bedroom, between rooms, and even near the top of the stairs. From where I usually sat, I could see most of the upstairs hallway, but not inside our bedroom itself. Every night I stayed up, I'd hear the same footsteps, and I kept wondering if my husband was sleepwalking, though he's never had a habit of it. I'd go upstairs to check, only to find him fast asleep in bed. Sometimes I'd wake him up to ask if he'd been walking around, and each time, he'd groggily answer no. I asked him again each morning, but the answer was always the same. He hadn't moved. I shrugged it off, but every night, I'd hear the same footsteps. I also often felt like I was being watched from the top of the stairs. I'd look up, half expecting to see my husband standing there, but nothing was ever there. Eventually, I told my husband what I was experiencing, and we decided to do a little experiment to see if it could just be the house settling. I had him walk around upstairs while I listened from my usual spot. Sounded the same. We also thought about mice as a possible cause, but we'd had mice in our last home, and this sounded entirely different. Another night, I had my 32-ounce water bottle sitting on the kitchen table, where I could see it from the couch. Out of nowhere, the bottle tipped over and fell with a loud thud. It startled me, and I assumed it was the cat. But there she was, sleeping under my chair. I found it odd that the bottle could suddenly tip over by itself, especially since it had water in it. I can't come up with any explanation for that one. Then there was the time with the painting I'd created for my daughter's bedroom. I'd put a lot of time into it, and when I finished, I left it propped up on her dresser, leaning against the wall for my husband to hang later. The next time I went in, I found it in the middle of the room, wedged between the rocking chair and the footrest. That one unnerved me a bit. When I showed my husband, we started thinking of possible explanations. He suggested the cat might have knocked it over, but I explained that our cat never goes into the baby's room. If I'm in there, she'll sit in the hallway watching me but never steps inside. My husband shook the dresser to test if the painting could fall, but it didn't budge. Just because we couldn't recreate it doesn't mean it's impossible, but even if it had fallen on its own, I can't imagine how it would have bounced all the way to where I found it. Twice now, our radio has turned on by itself and blasted music at full volume. That could be some electrical glitch. Another time, when my husband and I were watching a movie, the TV menu popped up to change the screen size and then actually changed. My husband joked that I must have sat on the remote, but it was right in front of us on the table. I suppose that, too, could have been a glitch. For 2 nights in a row, I heard a knock on the front door. Both times, I was sitting on the couch reading while my husband was at work. The first night, I looked up and thought I saw a faint gray mist by the door, but it vanished quickly. I chalked it up to being tired. I looked out the peephole but didn't see anything. The second night, I heard a single knock again, and the little Christmas acorn bell on the doorknob jingled just a bit. I checked out the window but saw nothing, then looked through the peephole again. Still nothing. I turned on all the outside lights, half expecting someone to be there. Knocking holds significance for me, as it reminds me of an experience I had as a teenager when I asked aloud for a sign of a presence. After I asked, I heard 3 knocks, and the doorknob started to turn. Since then, whenever I feel not alone, I sometimes hear faint knocking. Another night while my husband was working, I had the overwhelming feeling that something else was with me aside from my daughter and the cat. I was on the couch with my baby in my lap, hearing a strange shuffling sound directly behind me. Every time I turned to check, there was nothing there. That night holds special significance for me because I felt compelled to do something that led to a major, positive change in our lives. I won't go into details since it's personal, but it's improved life for both my husband and me. The last thing happened just recently while I was helping my daughter fall asleep. She was dozing off in my arms when her dangling toys on the toy bar suddenly began swinging back and forth as if something had swatted at them. A possible explanation might be that they were tangled up and gravity finally took over, but it was odd timing. So that's everything so far. I don't feel scared in our home, though there have been times when I've sensed something else is here with us. I'm careful not to let these feelings cloud my judgment. I wanted to share a set of odd occurrences that still baffle and creep me out a bit. I'm open to any ideas on what this might have been. I was between the ages of 5 and 7 when this happened, around the time I first started experiencing supernatural things, though I didn't recognize them as such until years later. We lived in a 4-bedroom ranch-style home built in the 70s. Originally, the area was housing for Air Force families, and most of our neighbors were retired officers and their spouses. The house wasn't huge, but it was just right for our family of 5. My dad worked a lot, and my mom stayed home with me and my 2 brothers. To help you picture what I saw, I'll try to describe the house layout. When you walked through the front door, there was a step up into the living room, which was a bit larger than the neighbors due to a converted garage, now part of the living area and a half bath. If you walked straight ahead, you'd enter the kitchen and dining room, with the washer and dryer on one side and the back door nearby. To the right of the living room was a long, dark hallway leading to the bedrooms. Near the beginning of the hallway, there was a small room and a full bathroom on the right. My room was at the very end of the hallway, so from my bed, I could see the length of the house. There were 2 other bedrooms on the left side of the hallway. At that age, I played a lot with my older brother, who's just over a year older than me, while my younger brother, still a baby, was no fun. One day, as I was walking to my room, I saw my older brother dart past one of the open doorways. Normally, this wouldn't be unusual, but he wasn't home. He was spending the night at my grandma's house. Other than me, there was no one else in the house that size. From then on, I'd regularly see this figure of my brother either darting past open doorways or peeking out from behind door frames. I saw him often enough when my brother was away or outside that my mom eventually took me to an eye doctor. They found nothing wrong with my eyes, just perfect 20/20 vision. I don't remember exactly when I stopped seeing this figure, but it didn't last long. Maybe just a few months. I only ever saw it during the day, never at night. One odd thing that stood out, though, was that while my real brother looked healthy and normal, the figure's skin had a strange purplish-green hue, and its hair looked dim compared to my brother's dark black hair. Although I never felt terrified by this look-alike, I still get a little nervous whenever something darts past my peripheral vision. I wouldn't want to see it again as an adult. Another strange thing that happened around that time involved the lights in our house. At night, I could see a tall lamp near the half-bath flicking on and off. I'd also noticed the half-bathroom light turning on and off by itself. Once, I told my dad because it was disturbing my sleep. He checked it out but didn't find any explanation and told me to pray in Jesus' name if it happened again. He assured me that it would stop. The next time it happened, I tried it, and it worked. After a few more instances, the lights eventually stopped flickering on their own. Could have been a short circuit, but I can't explain the feeling of dread that came with it. The last incident happened a few years later, closer to when I was around 12. My grandma on my mom's side had recently sparked my interest in the paranormal, and I talk about how badly I wanted to see a ghost, watching anything I could find on the subject. One day, I went to my room to lie down for a bit and fell asleep. I must have had a nightmare because I woke up feeling panicked and noticed a slight burning sensation on my back. I rushed to the bathroom, lifted the back of my shirt, and saw 3 faint red scratches across my back. I was terrified and quickly regretted ever saying I wanted to see a ghost. Before I dive into my first few experiences, I'd like to give a bit of background on the places I've lived to provide some context for these events. I was born in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and lived there until I was 15. After that, I moved to Las Cruces, New Mexico, for about 3 years, and now I'm settled in Arizona. When I was around 4 or 5, my family attended a small church in Colorado Springs. It was a cozy place with a close-knit community, housed in what used to be an old, barn-shaped gas station that had been lovingly transformed into a quaint church. Though it was modest in size, it held a lot of meaning for all who attended. One Sunday morning, my dad chose a pew near the back on the left side of the sanctuary. My dad sat at the end of the pew by the armrest, then my mom beside him, likely holding my infant brother. Next came me with my older brother on my right. I remember that the 2 pews in front of us were empty, but the third was occupied. The song leader asked us to bow our heads for prayer. I was always a bit on the short side, so I could barely see above the pews. With my head resting on the cool wood, I thought, if this prayer goes on much longer, I'll fall asleep. Determined to stay awake, I cracked open my eyes and lifted my head slightly to peek around the sanctuary. What I saw startled me and has stayed with me to this day. Just as I raised my head, I saw a tall, blond man sitting in the pew directly in front of ours. He was smiling down at me in a friendly way, as if to say, I know you're bored and sleepy, but it's all right. He was dressed in a nice suit, and his whole body seemed to be softly glowing. Not like a spotlight or sunlight through a window, but a gentle, even light radiating from him. Oddly enough, this didn't seem strange to my young mind, though I did feel nervous. I quickly put my head back down, hoping he wouldn't mention my disobedience to my dad later. When the prayer finally ended, I joined the others in saying amen and looked up again. To my surprise, the man was gone. The pew in front of me was completely empty. I didn't quite understand what I had witnessed, but continued through the service as usual. Looking back, I believe he was from another realm, as the soft glow surrounding him felt otherworldly. The next experience I remember happened the following summer when I was around 5 or 6 years old. My family was going camping in Colorado with some other families from our church, and I was thrilled to spend 3 days in the great outdoors with my best friend. I remember my dad pulling up to the campground, and before he unlocked the doors to let us out, my mom turned to me and warned, "Stay close by, and don't go anywhere near the creek. Understand?" My brother and I both nodded in agreement, promising to listen. But as soon as we got out of the car, I heard the rush of water and, forgetting my mom's warning, I headed off in the direction of the creek. I hadn't made it more than 15 feet past the car when I felt a firm tug on my ankles. Suddenly, I couldn't move forward. It was as if invisible hands were wrapped around my legs, holding me back. I took a step backward, and the feeling disappeared, but as soon as I tried to step forward, the grip returned. I looked around to see if anyone else noticed, but my parents were busy with the gear, not paying me any attention. I tried stepping forward and backward several times, each time feeling the grip tighten when I moved toward the creek. Finally, I decided to give up on my mission and headed back to the campsite to find my friend, soon forgetting all about the strange encounter. Thinking back on it years later, I realized how grateful I was for whatever held me back. I hadn't learned to swim yet, and who knows what might have happened if I'd made it to the water's edge. These were my first brushes with the paranormal, and while I may never fully understand them, I believe someone or something was watching over me. There are plenty more supernatural experiences I hope to share soon. Until then, I've been a Girl Scout since first grade, and a few months ago, I went with my troop to Tomahawk Ranch in Colorado. My troop had organized the whole camp, which was to last 3 days and 2 nights, with around 60 younger girls, aged 6 to 11, attending. On the first night, a friend from my troop, her mom, and I went out to start a fire for the girls. The activity center, where the rest of the girls were singing camp songs to pass the time, was about a 10-minute walk from where we planned to set up the fire. Clinging to each other for warmth, we ventured into the forest. The further we went, the stronger the feeling that something was following us. We kept looking around, taking turns shining our flashlights behind us, and feeling the cold seep through our layers. Though we got a bit lost, we eventually found the fire pit and, temporarily forgetting our fears, started gathering wood. Once we finished, we started the walk back, sticking close together as we whispered and glanced over our shoulders. Just as we rounded the corner toward the activity center, my friend and I heard a crunching sound in the shadows near the trees. Assuming it was a deer or maybe a coyote, we kept moving. Then, I heard a voice that sent chills down my spine. A deep, raspy, masculine voice from just beyond where our flashlights reached. The voice distinctly said, "Girls," as though it were calling us to it. Without hesitation, we bolted, our numb legs carrying us as fast as possible as we screamed until we reached the safety of the activity center's lights. When we told the other girls in our troop, they just laughed it off, teasing us for being scared of the dark. I started to think maybe they were right. Maybe I had let my imagination get the best of me. But about 10 minutes later, just as we were getting into the rhythm of the camp songs, our leader walked in, saying she needed 3 girls to go light the fire we'd prepared. My friends, Mickey and Twix, their camp names, volunteered, still giggling at me. Determined not to let them tease me, I decided to go along, determined to prove I wasn't scared. With the matches in hand, we headed back toward the fire pit. I tried to shake off what had happened, swinging my flashlight casually around. But my nerves got the best of me, and I began scanning the trees with my light. Mickey noticed, laughed, and teased me, but just as I turned to protest, I saw something in the woods. I froze, barely able to breathe, and pointed. Both Mickey and Twix went silent, their faces turning pale as they looked toward the same shadowy figure I'd seen. We stood there for a few minutes, barely breathing, as we watched the figure melt back into the shadows. Then, after what felt like ages, we all screamed and ran, but this time we didn't make a sound until we reached the pit. Once there, we took turns shining our flashlights around while one of us worked to light the fire. I was the only one who really knew how to use matches, so I crouched down and struck one, setting it to the wood while adding pine needles to fuel the flame. The fire struggled, so I lit another match and tried from the other side, adding more needles. Just as the fire was beginning to catch, Twix dropped her flashlight, casting everything into dim shadows. I felt an icy chill sweep through the air, and the fire dimmed to a low glow, just barely staying lit. After a few more moments of us freaking out and scrambling around, I managed to get the fire going just as the younger girls arrived. That night, back in our cabin, we changed into our pajamas and sat on some extra mattresses, laughing nervously about the day's events. Our cabin was old and barely used, giving off a creepy vibe. Around 1:30 a.m., a soft knock at the door interrupted our chatter. Thinking it was the friendly camp owner, we sent another girl to answer it. She opened the door, then came back sprinting to us, her face pale and frightened. When we asked who it was, she shook her head, saying she didn't know. "It was a man," she whispered, her voice shaky. "But he looked old, sick, like he wasn't really there." We all freaked out, scrambling to put our beds as close together as possible, hoping to ward off any more strange encounters. Thankfully, the following night, we moved to a different cabin, and nothing else happened. If we ever go back to Tomahawk Ranch, I can only hope the eerie experiences stay in the past. I was about 6 when my family moved into an old farmhouse in the middle of nowhere in Indiana. It was a remote spot surrounded by cornfields, crabapple and mulberry trees, blackberry and raspberry bushes, and an old barn that was barely standing. Across the street was a gun club, but there were rarely people there outside of Sundays. The only neighbors were a classmate's family about a mile down the road. Our yard was large and in full view of most of the house's windows, and as long as we stayed within the yard's boundaries, my siblings and I could play anywhere we wanted. One early summer afternoon, I was playing outside alone and decided to pick some blackberries to snack on, something my parents allowed as long as the berries were ripe. While gathering berries, I suddenly noticed I wasn't alone. A man stood at the edge of the blackberry bushes. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and a long trench coat. He was smiling and waving at me, as if he wanted me to come over to him. I was confused. With neighbors so far away, it wasn't normal for random people to show up. I asked him who he was and what he was doing there, but he didn't respond, just kept waving and making a strange wheezing noise. Unbeknownst to me, my mom happened to glance out the kitchen window and saw me standing by the blackberry bushes, talking to someone. As a kid with a wild imagination, I often played by myself and talked to imaginary people, so it wouldn't have been unusual at first. But something made her uneasy when she noticed I was standing there for too long. She came outside, calling to me, asking what I was doing. I pointed to the man in the bushes, and I saw the color drain from her face. Without hesitation, she ordered me to go inside and get my dad. I sensed the fear in her voice, and assuming she might be hurt, she was pregnant with my sister at the time, I sprinted to the house. As I ran, I heard her scream, and then the sound of something massive crashing through the bushes. For some reason, I felt an overwhelming urge not to look back. I kept my gaze on the ground, and that's when I saw it. The shadow of a man with bat-like wings stretching across the yard. From that point, things get fuzzy. I vaguely remember people coming over to the house, asking me questions about what I saw, and being told to sleep in the living room with my sisters. My parents sold the house later that winter, and we moved. We never talked about it again, and eventually I put the memory to the back of my mind. Years later, when I was 18, I watched Jeepers Creepers for the first time. The movie jogged my memory, reminding me of the man I'd seen by the bushes. I was about to dismiss it all as my imagination when my mom asked me what I thought of the movie. I told her it reminded me of the man I'd seen back at the farmhouse. Her face went pale, and she immediately told me never to bring it up again. That moment made me wonder, could there really be a creature like the creeper? Why didn't it take me that day? And why was my mom so terrified if it was all in my imagination? Ever since I was a kid, I've had various ghostly experiences, though maybe not a huge number. One of my earliest encounters happened when I was 6. I saw my mother astral project right in our house in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Lying in bed, wide awake, I suddenly saw a ghostly vision of my mom float down the hallway. I freaked out and called to her, and she responded calmly from the next room, assuring me she knew what was happening. My first real ghost encounter came a couple of years later when I was 8. I was lying awake again when I saw a shadowy figure walk from our front door to the kitchen, a straight path through the house. I didn't hear a door open, nor the usual creaks from footsteps. The next day, I asked my parents if they'd been up during the night, but they both said no. Fast forward to 2008, when I was 31 and visiting a friend's house in Westminster, Colorado. He told us his place was haunted, so I started acting like a ghost hunter, asking questions like, "If you're here, give us a sign." Sure enough, we'd hear taps in response. One night, after hearing the taps again, a friend took a picture toward the sound. When we looked at the image, we were stunned. It showed a ghostly figure of a man dressed in Viking attire, even smiling at the camera. In Thornton, Colorado, there's a place called Riverdale Road, famous for its hauntings. Only 10 to 15 minutes from my house, it has its own ghostly legends, like the story of a car that appears to race you before disappearing, sometimes leading to fatal accidents. My friends and I had several experiences there, each one strange in its own way. The first time I drove down Riverdale Road was around Halloween 2008. We went looking for a tree where, supposedly, witches were hanged. While searching, a pickup truck with dirty windows began tailing us like something out of a horror movie. We pulled over near the tree, and the truck passed by. We got out and explored for about 20 to 30 minutes, feeling creeped out. As we stood by the dirt road leading to a dairy farm, we heard a woman's laughter and saw a faint figure of a lady in white by a nearby ditch. My friends wanted to leave, but I was too curious and wanted to stay. That night, when I got home, I heard a strange click from my car as I turned it off. Oddly, that sound came back randomly until I got rid of the car in 2016, almost 8 years later. The next night, we returned to Riverdale, but it was quieter. All we heard was an odd, continuous sound coming from the tree itself. A few days later, a friend and I went back again, this time curious enough to drive closer to the dairy farm. Just as we turned to leave, we saw a ghostly figure of a man floating toward us, wearing an apron and holding a knife. In 2009, we went back again but got lost trying to find the tree. A car sped up behind us, passed us, then turned back, following us. When we finally found the tree, we got out briefly but left when we saw a shadowy figure cross the road in front of us. After that, I never saw anything on Riverdale again. When I married my wife in 2013, we decided to spend our honeymoon at the famous Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, Colorado's premier haunted spot. Strange things happened. While showering, I kept feeling like I was being watched, and one night, lying on my stomach, I felt pressure on my back, like someone was pushing down on me. I turned, but my wife was asleep beside me. We took the ghost tour at the hotel, where they told us about a maid who died in a fire and was known to haunt couples, especially those who weren't properly married. In the basement of the hotel's music hall, we visited a room where a man with mental health issues once stayed. Every time we entered, we had to announce ourselves, as an uneasy energy lingered there. Across the hall was a room haunted by Lucy, a runaway girl who died in a fire in 1969. They said she had a habit of closing doors by herself. I was skeptical, thinking the doors might be spring-loaded. But as I walked back into the room one time, the door began closing, only to stop right as I stepped in. In early 2023, I contacted 2 mediums to try and connect with my parents who had passed. During my March session, conducted over Zoom while I was visiting family in Farmington, New Mexico, I used my goddaughter's room for privacy. While connecting with my mom, I felt a surprising presence, the spirit of Marilyn Monroe. However, I refer to her as Norma Jean. Since my mother's passing in 1998, I developed a strong connection to Norma Jean that I couldn't explain. I was 21 at the time, and suddenly, after seeing a photo of her, I felt drawn to her, especially to images of her as a brunette. Even my father found it strange. Since then, I'd often dream about her, almost as though she were appearing in these dreams intentionally. In one of them, I saw her as a brunette, though she didn't look exactly like herself, yet somehow I knew it was her. In another dream, I was walking when I saw her, and as we exchanged words, I heard someone say, "See you later." After waking and falling asleep again, I saw her 2 more times that night. In 2007, I had the chance to visit her crypt and the Roosevelt Hotel, where there's an infamous mirror she once used during her stay. The medium in March told me she felt I was communicating with Norma Jean through a connection to God, which she found fascinating. I wanted to explore this more but hadn't followed up. Around that time, I searched online about guardian angels, and a site explained that people's guardian angels often align with their birth time. I was stunned when I clicked on my birth date. It showed an image of a blonde woman in a red dress, similar to many photos of Norma Jean. Felt like confirmation. During the session, I felt a nudge behind me. I turned to see if anything had fallen, but everything on the bed seemed undisturbed. To me, it wasn't an attempt to scare, but a gentle "I see you." The medium found this hello just as fascinating. On Easter, I shared the experience with a cousin without revealing Norma Jean's name. She guessed it was her, sensing the connection. Since these sessions, I felt convinced that some mediums genuinely connect with loved ones and spirits. I still wonder about my experiences with Norma Jean, Riverdale Road, and the Stanley Hotel, but they've left me with a deeper understanding of the paranormal world. It's strange, but I feel a sense of connection, guidance, and even peace through these encounters. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When we moved our family to a rural mountain community in Colorado back in 2000, I was thrilled to return to my old hobby of hunting. We waited until the kids were old enough to either join us on the hunt or stay safely at home until we came back. By 2016, I drew an elk tag, and while I don't remember exactly how many days we'd been on the hunt, I'll never forget the strange and unforgettable experience that awaited me. In hunting, there's an unwritten rule to be in place an hour before sunrise. Naturally, as parents, we weren't out as early as we'd like, since the kids always came first. When my husband and I arrived at the meadow I now call Indian Meadows, we were shocked to find the timber surrounding it had been logged. The once beautiful mountain meadow now looked desolate, stripped bare. It was a scene of devastation. The barren landscape left me feeling a mix of anger and sadness, thinking of the profit that would come from what was once pristine forest. We hiked about half a mile in, passing massive pieces of logging equipment, the smell of diesel heavy in the cold, wet air. Finally, I settled against a tree with a clear view of the meadow, my knee injury making it tough to hike the slopes like a true hunter. Not long after, a light rain turned to snow, and I sat there, a human popsicle in my bright orange gear, with nothing to do but wait and take in the eerie scene. My husband was up in the timber above, trying to drive any elk down toward me. I sat silently, waiting, while looking out on what was once a tree-ringed meadow, now a scarred and muddy field. All I could see and feel was the ugliness left behind. The battered logging equipment rusted and weathered, the scent of diesel still hanging in the air, and the cold, wet snow seeping through my gear. After what felt like hours, I finally heard movement behind me, the snapping of branches and the deep thud of hooves pounding the ground. It was the sound of elk charging down the mountainside, exactly as we'd planned. I readied myself, positioning my rifle on its sticks, mentally preparing for the moment the elk would break through the timber. The sounds of their approach grew louder, closer, and I waited for them to appear in my sights. But as I waited, nothing emerged from the trees. I could still hear the hooves pounding, so close now, but no elk appeared. I was left confused, wondering where they were. Then, something struck me with such force that I could feel it physically. Yet nothing was there. My heart raced as I looked around, bewildered, trying to make sense of what had just happened. And then, right in front of me, I saw something I'd never seen before. Standing there, in a shimmering, transparent form, was an Indian warrior. I couldn't see him physically, but there he was, clear as day, his outline visible but see-through. I sat frozen, mouth likely agape, unable to believe what I was witnessing. He had 2 feathers in his braided hair, held a lance decorated with a couple of feathers in his right hand, and sat astride a horse whose outline was visible only down to its midline. There were no colors, just a shimmering form that looked back at me. We shared no words, no expressions. He simply faded away. There I sat, wet from the now heavy snow, stunned and unable to fully process what I had seen. I'd heard the branches breaking, the thunder of hooves, yet no animal had come through the timber, and all sound had stopped the moment I felt that invisible strike. Colorado is a state rich in Native American history, and over the centuries, tribes like the Utes, Comanches, Cheyenne, Apache, and Arapaho have called it home. I've looked through images of Native American warriors from different tribes, but I can't say which one he might have belonged to, or whether he was off to battle or perhaps hunting elk like me. All I know is that I saw and felt something that day, something beyond explanation. When I was in 1st or 2nd grade, my family moved to a small farming town in Colorado. I didn't have many friends until one day a girl with reddish-brown hair invited me to play, and we quickly became close. Not long after, she asked if I'd like to spend the night, and my parents agreed, dropping me off at her apartment across from the school. Her family lived in a small 4-unit apartment building her parents owned, with 2 units on the top floor and 2 below. Her older sister, who was in her early 20s, stayed in one of the downstairs apartments, while she and her younger sister, who was in preschool, lived upstairs with their parents. Shortly after I arrived, her parents announced they were heading out to a local bar for the evening. It seemed they did this often and trusted us to stay home alone. They told us we could call her sister if we needed anything and gave us the number to the bar, reminding us to use it only if necessary. This was the time before cell phones. Definitely shows my age. Her parents left, locking the door behind them, and an hour later, her sister said she was going to pick up a friend and would be back soon. I'd never been left alone without an adult around before, so I was already a bit nervous. In the middle of the room hung this eerie painting of a woman. Brandy told me it had been there when they moved in, and her parents had left it up because they liked it. But I found it unsettling, the kind of painting where the eyes seem to follow you wherever you go. We settled in, talking about typical girl stuff, when suddenly there was a loud knock at the door. It was the kind of persistent, heavy knock you'd expect from a police officer. We both jumped, startled. Curious, we looked out the window and turned on the lights, but no one was there. We figured it must have been someone looking for her sister, then remembered her sister's unit was downstairs. We sat back down, trying to relax, when the knock came again. This time, we looked out to see someone crouched low, staring in at us, and his eyes, glowing red, sent us both into a terrified scream. We grabbed the phone to call her parents, and as soon as we picked up, the knocking stopped. When her parents answered, they dismissed it, suggesting it was her sister playing a prank. It happened once more, and then her sister came upstairs, annoyed, accusing us of trying to get her in trouble. She insisted she had just gotten back and hadn't been playing any pranks. At that point, I was terrified. Her sister went back to her apartment, and we sat on the couch, huddled together, unsure what to believe. Trying to calm me, Brandy began telling me that their place was haunted and that she'd been seeing things ever since she was little. I laughed nervously, thinking she was joking, but she was serious. Just then, those old-school wooden forks and spoons that people used to hang on the wall flew across the room toward us. My heart stopped. I was terrified. We called her parents again, more frantic this time, and they came home. Once her parents were back, we tried to settle in for bed. I wanted to go home, but they weren't in any shape to drive, so I stayed. Later, I got up to use the bathroom, and as I walked down the hall, I heard the faint sound of a child crying. I looked over and saw a little boy, weeping, who then ran into the closet, passing through the door. I was frozen in place, every hair standing on end. I managed to call my parents, and they came to pick me up. Sometime later, I learned that a little boy, only 3 years old, had died in that apartment. His mother had left him alone with no food or heat and never returned. Scared and hungry, he hid in the closet, and that's where he passed away. I eventually lost touch with Brandy after her family moved away. But in middle school, I tracked down her number and gave her a call. She told me she was still haunted by something, and it had grown worse. She said whatever was there felt evil, and her family had even attempted an exorcism. After that, we lost touch for good. A few years back, I shared stories here about discovering my abilities as a psychic medium, along with my early encounters with the paranormal. At the time, I was barely a teenager going through a lot. Now, at 15, I'm in a more stable place, though the journey has been anything but simple. Since then, my family moved from the Victorian home I wrote about to a new house, a change that caused all of us, especially me, a lot of stress. It was last summer, just about a year ago now. After helping the spirits in our old home pass on, I had finally started to feel some peace in that space. But my mom's job abruptly forced us to move, and it felt like all my hard work to help those spirits find peace was for nothing. I'd claimed that house as my own after everything I'd done, only to leave it behind with a sense of loss. It felt selfish, but I packed up with an uneasy feeling I couldn't shake. Our new house, nestled in the Rocky Mountains in a quiet, upscale town, didn't quite suit me. As we approached the state, town, and finally the house itself, I felt a strange sense of dread, a gut feeling I couldn't ignore. My family settled in quickly, unpacking and setting up their rooms, but I held off, only setting up my bed and a few essentials. That feeling in my gut was familiar, and I couldn't bring myself to dismiss it. My bedroom was in the far back corner of the house, dark except for 2 small windows, and directly across from the closet. Something about that closet made me uneasy, and I decided to keep it closed at all times. The first night, I lay awake with a tense feeling that seemed to come from the closet, a dark energy I couldn't ignore. And then it hit me. This strange gut feeling was an alarm, alerting me to a presence in the room. I wondered why I hadn't sensed it more clearly before, but then I had a flash of worry. Was I somehow losing my abilities? Over the next week, I grew convinced my psychic sight was fading. I could sense the spirit's presence, but I couldn't communicate or see anything clearly, like I was locked out of my own abilities. It was difficult to accept, especially after being able to sense things so easily in the past, even without being in the same space. I'd even had glimpses of people's futures or pasts, and now I felt defenseless and disconnected from everything. Then I met with my aunt, who's also psychic and more experienced than I am. By that point, I was certain I'd lost my abilities completely. She seemed to sense this and started asking me questions, even bringing up things I'd never shared with her. Her words were confusing at first, but she explained patiently, and I'll never forget what she told me. You think you've lost your sight, but you haven't. There's a reason you were given this gift. It's a part of who you are inside of you. This feeling of being lost is your mind and body's way of telling you that you are lost. She went on, you overextended yourself and didn't give yourself time to rest. You're disconnected now, but with time, your ability will come back. Before I left, she gave me a necklace she'd once worn when she was just starting out as a medium. I wasn't sure why, but I wore it, grateful for her advice and her wisdom. Over the next month, I began to feel my awareness returning, like I was experiencing my psychic awakening all over again. First through dreams, then sensing, seeing, and communicating bit by bit. Soon, I was able to interact with the spirit in our house and began to understand who he was. The spirit wasn't malevolent but seemed burdened by a sad past. Sometimes, I would see flashes of images or even a full scene, as if I were witnessing moments from his life. One day, I felt a strong pull to go to the hallway near the kitchen, almost like the spirit was reaching out for help. When I got there, I didn't find an empty room as expected. Instead, I saw a man lying on the floor, sirens blaring outside as paramedics rushed in. I watched in shock as they flashed lights in his eyes, urgently repeating, "Stay with me." Moments later, they lifted him onto a stretcher, and just as suddenly, the scene vanished. Afterward, I was overwhelmed by intense feelings of confusion, anger, and frustration. Emotions I knew weren't my own. This spirit was aware he had passed, which surprised me, yet he still felt lost and stuck in time. I regained my composure, knowing he needed help to move on, and after some time I managed to help him find peace. Curious, I looked up the house's history. To my surprise, I found out that the previous owners left abruptly after a man died of an overdose during a party. That man was the spirit I had been seeing. It was tragic to learn how his life had ended, but it felt good knowing I'd helped him find peace. My whole life, something has followed me. At first, I'd only feel a presence, but as I got older, it grew worse. I was 11 the first time I actually saw the entity. Late one night, I sat up in bed, only to see my bed surrounded by bugs, cockroaches, spiders, and other creepy crawlers. I was so terrified I couldn't move or even scream. From then on, it happened often. Each time, I'd finally gather the courage to jump out of bed, crying, run to the bathroom, splash water on my face, and grab something to try to kill the bugs. But by the time I returned, there was nothing. Every morning, I'd tell my mom, but she insisted it was just a bad dream, even though I knew I was awake. In 2007, we moved from Colorado to Ohio, settling into a nice house in Gahanna. The moment we arrived, I felt an unusual force pulling me toward the house. I told my parents I didn't like it, that something felt wrong, but they brushed it off. For the first week, things seemed fine. Even the dreams stopped. I felt relieved, thinking maybe I'd finally left it behind. But a week later, the real hauntings began. One night, around 8 p.m., The whole family was downstairs, laughing and enjoying each other's company, when my mom's phone started ringing upstairs. I was about 12, soon to be 13, and as the eldest, my mom asked me to fetch it. I climbed the stairs without issue, but as I reached the second flight, I felt someone pushing down on me, making it difficult to move. I forced myself up and walked into my parents' room to grab the phone. But then I felt eyes on me. I turned, and there it was, a shadowy figure. I froze with fear as it moved down the hall, darting quickly into my room. I ran back downstairs, trying not to show how scared I was. Later, I told my dad what happened and asked if I could sleep in my twin brother's room. I'm older than him by 5 minutes. When I tried to tell my siblings and parents that there was a ghost in our house, they didn't believe me, until my siblings saw it themselves. One day, we were all playing a game in my brother's room with the door wide open. Suddenly, a shadow passed across the hall and into my room, fast as a flash. I pointed at the door and said, "Guys, look, he just passed, I swear." When I turned back to them, they were all staring at me, terrified. They weren't looking out at the hallway. They were pointing behind me. I turned, and there it was, the shadow standing in the doorway. We screamed as loud as we could, and our mom rushed in, but the figure disappeared into my room. We told her what we'd seen. Coming from a Muslim family, we believe in the existence of jinn, beings created by God before humans, some good, some bad. My mom tried to calm us down, explaining that the shadow might be her jinn, watching over us. We trusted her and even gave him a name, Adi, like she suggested. My siblings began to feel safe, but I didn't. As I got older, I saw him more frequently than the others, and what I saw wasn't just a shadow. It became a man with red eyes. One day, while looking for something in my parents' room, I glanced up at the mirror and saw a figure behind me. A man with a hat, old and sinister looking. It was like I was in a trance. I turned, but there was no one there. I looked back at the mirror, and that's when I saw blood. I glanced at my hands. They were bleeding. Panicked, I looked up again, and there he was, right behind me. His mouth opened, and the mirror cracked. I screamed, and my parents rushed in to find me standing there, bloody with a cracked mirror. Written in the glass was, "I am not Adi." After that, my parents took me to an Islamic preacher for an exorcism. I insisted I wasn't possessed, but they didn't believe me. They also had the house blessed, but my experiences grew worse. The entity became more physical, and some nights I'd wake up feeling hands around my neck, choking me. I had red handprints on my neck, which I showed my mom. Finally, desperate, my parents took me to Africa, believing I needed a more powerful exorcism. I'm 20 now, and the dreams have stopped, but I'm not afraid anymore. In fact, I want to talk to him to understand what he's trying to tell me. I still see him sometimes, though not as often as before. In 1976, my grandparents moved their family to a secluded area in northeast Colorado, about an hour's drive to the nearest town. My mom was 16 at the time, and she wasn't thrilled about it. As soon as she finished high school, she left, married my dad, and never looked back. She's mentioned more than once that the Atwood house gave her the creeps, and she couldn't wait to get away from it. My grandparents didn't move to town until around 2005, when Grandpa sold his farmland and cattle. Their house in town felt completely different from the country house. Just a normal home with no strange energy or heavy atmosphere. I started thinking about the old house more and more, and questions about it kept surfacing in my mind. The feeling around the Atwood house was unlike anything else. Every summer, we'd drive to Colorado, visiting Dad's parents in the mountains and Mom's parents on the prairie. Each time we'd round the final corner, and the house came into view, I'd feel my stomach tighten, my hands start to shake. It wasn't the excitement of seeing family. It was something different, something that lingered even after a week of being there. A deep, unfathomable loneliness seemed to seep into everything on that property. I thought it was just a reflection of my grandparents, but now, I'm not so sure. When my grandparents moved in, it was a tiny 3-room house. Grandpa and my uncle expanded it, adding a large kitchen to one end and another living room at the opposite end, 3 steps down. There were no dividing walls, so it was like a long, open rectangle divided by carpet and stairs. Grandpa had finished one basement, but the old storm cellar, once outside, was now inside and unfinished. I only ventured halfway down those cellar stairs once, searching for Grandma, and thought I saw a skeleton doing laundry down there. I bolted back up the stairs in terror, nearly tripping, though it felt more like I was pushed. I never went down there again, although we would play in the newer finished basement on the other side of the house. It wasn't just the cellar. The entire property had a way of creeping under your skin. Sitting at the kitchen table, looking out at the prairie, I'd suddenly feel overwhelmed with sadness, sometimes to the point of tears. Looking out the living room windows at the cornfields brought a similar feeling. Even stepping outside to swing, help with laundry, or burn trash, the wind through the trees would fill me with a sense of despair. It didn't happen at my aunt's or my uncle's houses nearby, though they mentioned odd happenings, too. When I was young, my mom and I lived in a little house next to Grandma's while Dad worked in another town. I don't remember much about the place, except for strange dreams of skeletons walking me through the cornfields to get a better view of the trees swaying by the ditch. Even now, the memory still gives me the chills. Grandpa eventually tore the house down because snakes kept getting into the pipes and hiding in the toilets. The only time I saw anything unusual directly was when I was older. We were all sleeping in the old part of the house, the middle section, on the pull-out couch. The front door, which no one ever used, was across from me, with the kitchen sink's light just to the left, kept on all night for Grandpa's early morning checks on the birthing cows. In the dim light, a dark shadow appeared inside the front door. A tall figure, seemingly masculine. I watched it for a while, and it even seemed to nod at me. It stayed in the old section of the house, never crossing into the newer part. Over the years, I've heard fragments of strange occurrences from family members, things that make me wonder what else happened that no one talked about. Grandpa once told me he and his brother-in-law chased a ball of light through the fields one night. Grandma mentioned being engulfed by a bright light while walking to the big tree around 5 a.m., and she was gone for about an hour, although she never explained it fully and refused to discuss it again. My uncle and his wife had nights where flashing lights followed them around their house, waking them up. Just a lot of inexplicable things out there. Grandma's experience always felt the most unsettling. About 15 years ago, she briefly mentioned that a light took her while walking to the big tree. She didn't say anything more, and no one really knows which tree she meant, just that she stopped going outside that early in the morning. Both she and Grandpa were teachers, and with the farm and cattle work, they spent most of their time busy, keeping to themselves. As I grew up, I'd get this intense urge whenever we visited, an inexplicable feeling of wanting to run. It felt like being a Native American on the run, like an instinct to get as far away as possible from that little house on the prairie and never return. I wondered if the land itself held memories, maybe from settlers, maybe from people who once lived or died there, still struggling to find peace. This past summer, my sister went to visit my grandparents. On the way to my uncle's place, she drove by the old Atwood property. Every single tree had been cut down, the ones in the yard, along the ditch, near the barns, all gone. It looked even lonelier than before, if that was even possible. I'll start off with a bit of background. My grandmother has owned our family home for as long as I can remember. When I was 5, my mother, my older brother, and I had to move in with her because my mom was pregnant, and we didn't have anywhere else to go. A few months after moving in, my little brother was born. We stayed there for about 3 years until we were finally able to move into a new home just up the street. Life settled for a while, but when I was 17, we fell on hard times again and ended up moving back in with Grandma. In the time we'd been away, my uncle had started expanding the house, adding an extension in the back and a partial second story. But he moved to Wyoming before finishing, and Grandma wouldn't let anyone else work on it. When we moved back, I started feeling uneasy in the back part of the house. Every time I'd go there, I'd feel as if someone was watching me. Sometimes the feeling was so intense that I'd end up running back to the main part of the house. By the time I turned 18, I decided to move out just to escape the discomfort. But whenever I came to visit, the tension in that back area would still be there, and when I got pregnant, it felt even stronger. Eventually, things didn't work out with my boyfriend, So I moved back in with Grandma, this time sleeping on the couch. Some nights, I'd hear footsteps upstairs, even though nobody stayed up there. About a year later, I moved into a room in the back part of the house, just outside the garage. I could still hear the footsteps. Now, they would come down the stairs and even pace around downstairs. Starting in August, every time I'd hear the footsteps, a deep sense of fear would take over, though I had no idea why. One morning, my boyfriend and I were getting up, and he pointed out a huge bruise on my leg. I had no idea how it got there. I brushed it off, assuming I'd bumped into something, maybe because I was anemic after having my daughter. But as the bruise faded, I noticed something strange. It had a perfect circle of teeth marks, like someone had bitten me. I tried to joke about it, but a few nights later, something happened that made me question everything. I was lying on my bed with my cat, reading a book, when suddenly, my cat looked up at the ceiling, then back down and up again. His fur stood on end, and he hissed before bolting out of the room. Right then, the footsteps began, slowly coming closer to the stairs. A wave of fear washed over me, but I told myself to stay calm. As the footsteps grew louder, coming closer, I started praying. At first, the footsteps stopped, but then they seemed to rush down the stairs, into the garage, where I heard a loud thud as something hit my mom's car outside my door. The air in my room felt thick, making it hard to breathe. Desperate, I whispered, "Please protect me, so I can get back into the main house," then dashed out of my room. I could feel something following me, and as soon as I made it into the older part of the house, both of my cats went wild, hissing and growling at whatever was behind me. For the next 2 weeks, I refused to go back to my room. When I finally worked up the nerve to take a nap there one afternoon, I had yet another terrifying experience. I woke up to the sensation of something pressing down on my face. My whole body felt like it was buzzing, and I could feel pressure on my eyelids as if they were being forced open. I was fully awake but couldn't move, speak, or even think clearly. I lay there, breathing shallowly, until the pressure finally lifted after about 5 minutes. Shaken, I ran to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. My whole right cheek was red. After that, none of us in the house felt comfortable going into the back part. It was as if my fear had somehow given whatever was there even more strength. Now, if any of us hears footsteps or feels uneasy, we say, "My little buddy upstairs is acting up again. I'm at a loss for what to do. I'm too scared to sleep in my room or even let my daughter go back there to get in the car. I can't bring myself to let her walk through that area alone. And if she does, I immediately panic." My friend Heather and I have a strange problem. Whenever we spend time together, something paranormal seems to happen. This story is from a summer I spent with her in Colorado, enjoying the beauty of nature. I'd done several hikes, but the trails had all been crowded, making it hard to really take in the scenery. Heather's friend, Mike, suggested a trail outside his hometown. He said it was in the middle of nowhere, so we wouldn't have to deal with summer crowds. It sounded perfect, so we packed up for a 5-day camping trip to relax in nature. Along with Heather, Mike, and me, our friend James joined as well. After a day and a half of hiking, we found a beautiful clearing with a slope on one side that looked out over the forest. The area looked like an old campsite, with some weathered cans and logs arranged as seating, so we decided to set up camp there. But relaxation wasn't exactly what we got. On our first night, around 11 p.m., we were sitting around the campfire telling jokes when Heather suddenly said, "Hey, did you guys see that?" She pointed down the slope toward the tree line. We turned, but there was nothing there. Heather insisted she'd seen a light, and sure enough, a moment later, a light like a flashlight shone through the trees. It moved quickly, bouncing up and down like someone was running with it. James jumped up and yelled, "Hello, is someone there?" The light immediately went off. That was enough for Heather and me. We decided to sleep in the guys' tent that night. The next morning, James and Mike went down the slope to check if there was another campsite nearby. They came back with an empty, weather-beaten backpack they'd found on a rock just behind the tree line. We decided to stay one more night, thinking maybe the backpack had just been left behind by a camper years ago. and that the light was from another hiker. To this day, I wish we hadn't stayed. I still have nightmares about that night. We were all having trouble sleeping, so we stayed up by the campfire late into the night, talking and laughing. Suddenly, Heather said, "Everyone, be quiet. Do you hear that?" We went silent, but none of us could hear anything. Heather's eyes were wide, and her face looked pale in the firelight. I asked her what she'd heard, and she said she heard a woman crying. None of us could hear it, so we thought she was just messing with us. James and Mike even started laughing, telling her, "Nice try." But then we all heard it, the unmistakable sound of a woman crying. James and Mike, both police officers, immediately grabbed flashlights and headed down the slope toward the sound, thinking it might be a lost hiker. Heather and I sat frozen, holding on to each other. Something about that sound didn't feel right. James and Mike had been gone about 10 minutes, and we could hear them calling, "Hello? Please tell us where you are." Then, out of nowhere, both of them began screaming. About 2 minutes later, they came sprinting back up the slope to the campsite. They were so out of breath they couldn't speak, and Mike started throwing up in the bushes from the exertion. They barely caught their breath before saying, "Hurry up, we're leaving now." Heather and I didn't ask any questions. We packed up as quickly as we could, and we started hiking back down the trail in the middle of the night. When the sun finally came up, I worked up the courage to ask James what had happened. He told me that he and Mike had followed the crying sound into the trees, but couldn't find anyone. Even when they reached the spot where it sounded the loudest, they decided to head back to camp to call for help. As they passed the rock where they'd found the backpack earlier, they saw a girl sitting next to it with her head on her knees, crying. She was wearing a heavy red winter jacket and a black stocking cap, which was odd since it was the middle of summer. From about 20 feet away, James called out, asking if she was all right and needed help. He said she stopped crying, raised her arm, and pointed deeper into the forest. And then, she vanished. That's when they both screamed and bolted back to camp. Looking back, we're all certain that whatever it was wanted us to follow where it pointed. We've talked about going back to explore the direction it showed us, but none of us can shake the feeling that its intentions might not be good. We're unsure if it just wants us to find something or if it has more sinister plans. Our story begins about 8.5 years ago. When my oldest child was 4, he began to see Sean after we first moved into this house. Sean would appear to him every night, causing such disturbance that I eventually had to ask him to leave. While he did go, other incidents continued. Friends and family have experienced such intense sightings in our home that some refuse to visit. One notable event involved a non-mechanical stuffed animal moving on its own across a bedroom floor. There have been other strange occurrences too, including sightings of the same figure that both my oldest child and I have seen on multiple occasions. A ghost hunting team once came to investigate and took hours of video, yet they won't return, likely due to their own experiences here. Electronic oddities are constant, and recently, a gifted individual told us there are 5 entities seeking help. They are all male, ranging from around 9 or 10 years old to adult. There's a disturbing connection involving a family member in another state who's been haunted in dreams by a specific entity. A strong child named Adam and an ominous man. Clairvoyance runs in my family, and our 2-year-old has started to show signs of it. She often carries on conversations with unseen people and greets them in the morning. It's become routine for my oldest and me to be woken at 3 a.m. by strange sounds or appearances. Even skeptics among our friends and family have had to admit there's something unexplainable in this house. We've found no records of deaths here, but we did discover that a Sean fitting my son's description once lived in the house in the 1980s. He was the son of a minister. The ghost hunting team might have felt disturbed in our home, as the only evidence they shared with us was a snapshot of an unexplainable circular orb on the basement ceiling. Unfortunately, we lost a significant piece of evidence. A photo showing a gray childlike figure following my daughter on the patio in broad daylight on her birthday. The EVP, electronic voice phenomena, equipment picked up a lot of activity, but we were never allowed to review it. In some rooms, the EVP equipment never turned off, a sign of constant activity, while in others it stayed on most of the time. One of the sensitives with the team even mentioned seeing red millipedes in a particular area. I later found out there may be a connection between red millipedes and paranormal activity. That area, unsurprisingly, is one of the most active spots in our home. In terms of electronics, toys that require physical handling to make noise often start playing on their own, and TVs we turn off sometimes turn back on by themselves. We've been told that these spirits mean no harm and are here seeking help, drawn to us because of the psychic energy in our family. I pray over my children each night, asking for protection from any evil spirits or energy. We are a Christian family and know that there are things in this world that can only be explained through the supernatural. We've blessed our home multiple times and sought the help of our church. I seem to have an intuitive sense about who to open up to regarding our experiences. At church, I once confided in someone who, unknown to many, has the ability to cleanse spaces. When we ask a spirit to leave, we generally get a positive result. However, it isn't long before new entities appear, leading me to suspect there may be a portal here. I would love advice on how to better protect my family from potential harm. In past years, the activity was most intense from September to January, but now it's year-round at a heightened level. Recently, my oldest child was woken at 3 a.m. to see a dark, adult-sized figure standing over her. It then knelt by her bedside. She felt more annoyed than afraid and closed her eyes to pray. About a year ago, a female entity appeared, seemingly interested in a laptop in my daughter's room. She hasn't returned, and a recent reading suggested that she'd moved on after seeking help from my oldest. Having already worked with a ghost hunting team, I'm unsure of what to expect from here. But I'm open to the idea that our family's gifts may draw these energies to us. I feel that harnessing these abilities could help us protect ourselves and assist these spirits in moving on when they seek us out. Here I am, in a new house in Denver, Colorado, but still only about 30 to 45 minutes from my hometown, where all my past experiences took place. The last house I lived in with my mother, now sold since she moved out of state, was where I experienced the most Jerry activity. And recently, I've had a few new run-ins with him just like old times. Only this time, he's not alone. First, though, let me backtrack and share something I'd forgotten until recently. In my hometown, there's an annual event called Art Fest. My parents have kept a framed poster from this event since I was about 4 or 5 years old. This picture has always been strange. The main part wasn't important, but at the top, there were 2 rows of black checker tiles with 4 small images of William Shakespeare. My parents hung it by a corner window at the old house I grew up in, where my first encounter with Jerry happened. Creepy? Not yet, but here's where it gets strange. They eventually moved that picture to the head of the stairs leading to the basement, a place that always gave me the creeps when I was alone as a kid, and it was only when the picture was hung there that the basement felt unsettling. Every time I'd look at it, something was different with the Shakespeare images. Sometimes there'd only be one. Other times, a demonic-looking face would appear in one of the black squares. Sometimes they'd all be gone. None of this happened when the picture was by the window. Was there some kind of energy in the basement that interacted with the picture? We had 2 dogs back then, and both would sometimes whimper at the basement door, fixated on it as if something were there. It only happened when that picture was hung at the top of the stairs. Once, one of our dogs was napping in the family room, perfectly peaceful, when she suddenly woke, stared at the closed basement door, and started growling at it. She stayed there, growling for what seemed like minutes before slowly sneaking out of the room. Before my mother moved, we found the picture while cleaning out the house. The instant I saw it, I felt an overwhelming, instinctive fear. I couldn't even look at it. I told my mom about it, and now she wants to get rid of it. I may never know what was behind that feeling, but it's a memory I'll never forget. Since then, I've been having nightmares again. They all seem to involve Jerry and another figure I've never seen before, as if they're working together. This other entity is shorter than Jerry, stockier, with short hair. While Jerry is tall, skinny, clean-shaven, wearing a tank top and camo pants, this new figure seems to wear a t-shirt and baggy jeans, though I haven't seen any other details clearly. It's not just in my dreams, either. A few nights ago, I woke up and saw both of them standing at the foot of my bed, just silhouettes against the dim night light across the room. They were completely still until, seconds later, they darted off, each in a different direction around my bed, moving impossibly fast. When my eyes adjusted, there was no one there. Then, just a few days later, I had another eerie experience. I was sitting here doing something, I can't even remember what, but for some reason, I typed the name Miguel. The moment I typed it, I heard that all too familiar cough. I froze. I typed Miguel again, and this time, I heard a creak in the hallway, as if someone were walking there. But I hadn't heard anyone come up the stairs, and footsteps on those stairs are usually loud. Curious and cautious, I whispered, "Miguel." Instantly, a chill ran down my spine. A shiver of fear, not cold. I felt a presence right behind me, close enough to touch. I turned quickly but saw nothing, only heard a faint, almost whispery breeze passing through the room. Needless to say, I didn't say Miguel again. Could that be Jerry's real name? Each time I think I've figured out this strange, haunting episode in my life, something even stranger happens. I have no clue who this new entity is or why he's here. Let's call him Bobby. All I know is that they're both here now, and I've seen them as clearly as I've seen anything. So here we are. After a year of thinking I was finally free of it all, the hauntings are back. From the time I was born until the age of 9, I lived in a small house in Denver, Colorado. My family had moved into that house just before I was born, and though we're still not certain what happened there, my older sister once mentioned that a neighbor told her a young girl had died in the house before we moved in. It was clear to us that the house was haunted. Many strange things happened there, and some of those events still puzzle me to this day. Here, I'll share just a few of those experiences. One night, while my mother was up waiting for my father to get home from work, she noticed the reflection of a little girl in the television screen, standing in the hallway. This girl seemed too old to be me, but too young to be my sister. When my mother turned to look directly toward the hallway, the girl vanished. Realizing she'd seen a ghost, my mother wasn't frightened. Later, an uncle on my mother's side also saw the same girl, this time kneeling by our couch as though she were praying. The little girl never frightened anyone, and despite her presence, our family always felt comfortable in the house. However, one guest had a very different experience. My father's nephew was visiting and was going to stay overnight. My mother had always felt uneasy around him, sensing he wasn't a good person. That night, the nephew claimed that while he was sleeping, a man dressed in black appeared and tried to strangle him. This shocked my father, who knew the house was haunted but had only experienced harmless activity. It left my parents deeply confused. The most significant experience I had happened when I was around 8 or 9 years old. I was playing alone in the backyard, which was large and spacious. My older sister was inside, watching TV in the living room at the front of the house, so she couldn't see or hear me. My father had set up a heavy metal bar between the branches of the tree at the back of the yard, with a rope tied to it so my brother and I could swing from it. As I was playing on the rope, I looked up to see that the metal bar was no longer secured on the branches. It was falling directly over my head. What struck me as strange was that the bar seemed to be falling in slow motion, as if someone were gently lowering it to the ground to avoid hitting me. After staring for a moment, I quickly moved out of the way, and as soon as I did, the bar crashed to the ground with a loud thud. I'm certain that if I hadn't moved, the bar would have seriously injured or even killed me. When I told my mother, we concluded that it must have been the little girl who protected me from harm. However, we still don't know what attacked my father's nephew. We're unsure if the spirit was trying to scare him away because he was a bad person, or if there was another, darker spirit in the house that kept its distance from us but targeted him because the little girl didn't protect him. Now, I'm 19 and no longer live in that house. Yet, ever since moving, I keep dreaming about it. In these dreams, the house is haunted by a little girl, and they are so vivid and realistic that they leave me feeling unsettled. A few months ago, I learned that the house was for sale, so I decided to check it out. Walking through the house, I noticed that many things had changed, though some details were still as they'd been when we lived there. As a child, I never felt afraid in that house. But this time, standing alone in my old bedroom, I had the strong sensation that someone was staring at me from all directions. I felt truly afraid. I also spoke with some of our old neighbors who mentioned that since my family moved out, no one else has stayed in the house for long. Since that visit, the frightening dreams about the house have only become more frequent. Does anyone know why this might be? I was expecting my first child and I decided to go camping. A bit of a mistake, considering I was in my first trimester and dealing with terrible morning sickness. We set up camp along the Colorado River, though I don't remember the exact spot. Looking back, I should have told my husband, "Let's go home." The first red flag? We saw a large, dead snake hanging from a tree nearby. Maybe it was a warning, but we ignored it and set up camp anyway. It was hot, the ground was dusty, and the river was muddy. I felt miserable, with constant nausea from the pregnancy, and all I wanted was sleep. The musty tent wasn't helping, and though my husband tried his best to make me comfortable, he eventually went for a few walks, probably to get away from my grouchy attitude. I was just trying to get through 2 days of discomfort. That first evening, we hiked up a short trail to a hilltop. The view was breathtaking, overlooking the river as the sun was setting. But the nausea surged again, and it only got worse as night fell. My husband tried to help me back down the hill, but in my stubbornness, I insisted on going alone. So he left me behind in the dark, and I made my way down slowly, slipping on loose dirt and rocks and landing on my backside a few times. By the time I reached the bottom, it was pitch black, and I had lost my sense of direction. Standing there, I tried to remember which way to go when I heard a sound that pulled me from my thoughts. A cracking noise, like someone approaching. I listened closely. It sounded like heavy, booted footsteps crunching through the underbrush and breaking branches, accompanied by labored breathing. My heart pounded. Whoever was coming wasn't my husband. He was wearing tennis shoes and was tall and slender. This presence felt different, thick and heavy. I didn't dare call out. Instead, I sat down, hugging my knees, hoping whoever it was would pass by without noticing me. Oddly, I realized my nausea had faded, replaced by a sharp hunger. My stomach growled, and I placed my hands over it, willing it to stay quiet. The footsteps stopped, and I saw a glow to my left, a faint, shifting light. The glow turned a bluish hue, with a yellow mist around its edges, and I suddenly felt a deep, chilling fear. I stood up, and that's when the smell of death hit me. A horrible, decaying scent that brought back the nausea, and I couldn't help but retch onto my shoes. The glow lingered, and I felt drawn to it. Pregnant or not, I knew I had to find out what this entity wanted, so I forced myself to move toward the light, using it as my only guide in the darkness. After about 20 minutes of slow, careful walking, I reached the place where the entity stood. He was a massive figure, at least 6'3" and around 350 pounds. He seemed unaware of my presence, staring past me, as if waiting for someone. Suddenly, he was standing directly in front of me, his round face inches from mine. His eyes were pitch black, and I noticed a bullet hole in his temple. Seeing his confusion and anxiety, I realized he didn't know what had happened to him. Gently, I asked him what his last memory was, but he couldn't remember. He kept hitting his head, as if trying to force himself to recall. I took a step back, and he stepped closer, drawing on my energy, and that of my unborn baby. Feeling weak, I sat down, and he knelt beside me, fading in and out as he struggled to remember. He kept repeating, "My head hurts. It hurts so bad," swaying from side to side, hands covering his ears, eyes tightly shut. I knew I needed him to look at me, but he refused. Just then, another wave of nausea hit me, and I doubled over, vomiting onto the ground. This seemed to catch his attention, and he looked up. I asked him if he knew he was deceased. He shook his head, denying it, insisting he was as alive as I was. I told him to reach out and touch my arm, but he shook his head again. So, I extended my hand and passed it through him. He pulled back, startled as he watched my hand go through his body, and I saw the resignation settle in his eyes. Slowly, he began to understand. I asked him what year it was, and he told me 1937, I explained to him that it was now 1975 and told him he needed to move on. Sometimes it's not easy to convince spirits they no longer belong in the physical world, but he accepted it without further questions. He asked me where his wife and children were, and I reassured him that they were waiting for him on the other side. He seemed to age before my eyes, projecting an image of himself in his 60s. Though he didn't remember how he died, the bullet hole in his temple suggested suicide. I had to assume that was the case. My main concern was to guide his spirit to where he belonged, and I watched as he walked slowly into the eternal realm, unsure but moving forward. I never knew his name or his story, but it didn't matter. He was finally at peace. Eventually, I found my way back to the campsite, and 7 months later, I gave birth to a healthy baby girl, weighing 7 pounds, 7 ounces. She will be 33 years old, 3 days before Christmas. Readings. I'm not sure if I'm sharing my home with a ghost or if there's some other explanation, but strange events have been happening here for the past 3 years. It all started after my son was born in 2009, and I thought I'd share some of these odd occurrences, sort of a laundry list of unusual things, and see what you think. Oddity 1, the book light and its batteries. For 2 mornings in a row, I woke up to find my book light lying on the floor, even though I'd left it securely on my nightstand. It wasn't just knocked over, the back casing was off, and the batteries were pried out. I tested every way I could think of to recreate this, assuming I might have knocked it over in my sleep, but nothing worked. The batteries fit tightly, and the cover snaps shut securely. My bedroom floor is carpeted, so even tossing it on the floor and stepping on it didn't replicate what I was seeing. After those 2 nights, I stopped leaving it on the nightstand. Oddity 2, the moved laundry basket. One early morning, around 1 a.m., I got up to prepare a bottle for my son. He was sleeping in a little sitting room off our master bedroom, which served as a makeshift nursery. There's a partial wall between his area and mine with a glass fireplace set into it. I had a laundry basket filled with folded clothes sitting on the fireplace hearth. I walked past it on my way to the kitchen, but when I returned, the basket was no longer on the hearth. It was in the middle of the hallway, perfectly placed as if it wanted to be noticed. Nobody else was awake. My son was asleep in his crib, and he was far too young to move anything. It hadn't fallen or been bumped. It was heavy and had been placed precisely in the hallway. Though it doesn't sound dramatic, it unsettled me deeply. Oddity 3, haywire electronic toys. I know electronic toys can sometimes act up due to vibrations or atmospheric changes, but ours began going off systematically, only when I was alone in the early morning or late at night. The first time, I was in the kitchen making coffee before sunrise when I heard a strange grrrrrr or zrrrr sound. I followed the noise and found it was coming from my son's Cars-themed sound effects book lying in the hallway. One of the sound effects was repeatedly going off by itself. This happened for months, but only when I was alone and usually when it was quiet. My son also has a Fisher-Price farm toy that lights up and plays songs. I kept it in the breezeway, and it too started going off on its own whenever I was alone, especially when the lights were low. Recently, I was typing on my computer late at night when a children's activity table behind me suddenly lit up and started singing. Startled, I turned around and spoke to it, asking questions. To my shock, every time I asked something, it played a song as if answering me. After a few minutes, I looked at it and said, "Okay, I think it's time for you to be quiet now." The table responded with "goodbye" and stayed silent. Given that "goodbye" is just one of many recordings it could play, I was pretty spooked. Oddity 4, the guest room light. Our home is uniquely designed, almost like 2 houses connected by a hallway on the 2nd floor. Most of our time is spent on one side where the kitchen, family room, and bedrooms are, while the other side has the living room and office loft and the guest room down in the basement. This guest room has never felt threatening, but it's always cold, likely because it's partially underground in chilly Colorado. When my mother came to stay after my son was born, she slept in that room. On the first night, she turned off the bedside lamp, only to have it turn itself back on moments later. It unsettled her so much that she left it on all night, fearing if she turned it off again, it would turn back on. The next night, She slept with the door open and the hallway light on. Other guests have reported feeling strange in that room. Once, I went down there to retrieve something from the closet and found the lamp on, even though no one had been in the room for weeks. Oddity 5, glimpses and shadows. This might be nothing, but I often see movement out of the corner of my eye or directly in front of me, but so quickly that it disappears before I can process it. Our home has many large windows and artistic angles, so it's possible it's just light playing tricks. But about a month ago, I thought I saw, on 2 separate occasions, what looked like a solid figure moving very quickly in front of me. Not a shadow, but something more tangible, like light solidifying for a split second. Both times it seemed short, like a child. Maybe it's just my tired eyes. Other oddities include hearing my daughter call, "Mama," near my ear at night, only to reach out and realize she isn't there, and orbs appearing in digital photos, particularly around my daughter or my pregnant belly. I even experienced sleep paralysis shortly after my son was born, though I attribute that to sheer exhaustion. I feel like I'm forgetting more, but these events have spread over several months. After all this, I'm left wondering, could it be a spirit, or am I simply an overtired mom? Part of me wants to investigate further, but another part knows it's not wise to explore things we don't fully understand. I haven't felt threatened, and if there is a choice, I'd prefer to keep it that way. Since I was young, I've always had the ability to see things out of the corner of my eye. But as a teenager, this ability got stronger. I started seeing things more clearly. Not in sharp detail, but like a chalk outline, enough to make out faces but with no sound. This ability first surfaced during a dark period in my life, which, let's be real, can happen to a lot of us in our teens. I have other experiences with the spiritual world that I might share sometime, but for now, I need advice on something more serious. It all started about 4 years ago. I was still in a rough place, and my brother moved back in with my mom and me. He brought his girlfriend and her cat along, and I already had a cat of my own. My brother had been convinced that something was haunting him before he moved in. He once claimed he saw a demonic figure's imprint in the dust on his car's hood and even took a photo on his phone. I didn't see it and didn't pay much attention, but looking back, maybe I should have. At that time, I was becoming obsessed with TV shows about spirits, heaven, hell, and hauntings. Though I had no personal encounters, I was both fascinated and skeptical about the whole thing. Once my brother and his girlfriend moved in, I started spending a lot of time in my room alone. My mental state got worse. I hated everything, everyone, and kept seeing disturbing visions of death and demonic faces haunting me at night. These visions were relentless, but over time, I learned to live with them, and eventually, they faded. But I was still dealing with strange, intense feelings and had begun talking to something. I didn't know what was causing my pain, but it was as if I was having conversations with whatever was behind it. One night, I decided to join my brother and his girlfriend in the living room to watch TV. As I walked in, I noticed both of our cats staring intently at the darkness in front of the TV, their heads lowered and focused. I thought nothing of it and sat down with my brother and his girlfriend, who both seemed unusually dazed or tired. The room felt cold and unsettling, with only the light from the TV cutting through the darkness. We sat in silence, watching TV, but my attention kept shifting to where the cats were staring. Slowly, I started to make out a shape, a figure. The closer I looked, the more my spine tingled, and a sense of dread settled over me. The figure became clearer, and suddenly, I saw not one but two beings crouched on all fours, like animals, their tails upright like a cat's. Frozen with fear, I focused on one of the figures, staring into its pitch-black eyes, darker than the surrounding darkness. I managed to say, with a panic creeping into my voice, "Do you see that?" My brother, clueless, asked, "See what?" I kept looking at the figures, my heart pounding. "You don't see that?" I nearly shouted, my voice trembling as I backed up into the hallway. The figures stayed in place, only visible to me. At this point, I was near tears, wondering if I was losing my mind. Then I saw my brother's girlfriend's cat approach one of the figures, sniffing cautiously. In a flash, the cat yowled, sprinted out of the room, scratching across the wooden floor, and darted into the bathroom, where it vomited. That reaction confirmed my fears. Whatever I was seeing was real. After that, I took my cat back to my room. Even after seeing their cat's reaction, my brother and his girlfriend didn't believe me. So I said, "Forget it," and went to bed. Now here's where things got really bad. Those entities never left my brother and his family alone. Eventually, they seemed to possess my brother's girlfriend, driving her to attack their 6-month-old baby. One night, my brother fled his apartment, clutching his son as his girlfriend, in a deep, unrecognizable voice, screamed at him to give her the baby so she could kill it. She was much stronger than usual, fighting him with a strength he couldn't match. He had to hand his son to a neighbor just to escape her grip. His girlfriend's behavior was completely out of character. She's not one to yell or get physical. My brother's girlfriend was struggling with her own issues, and after this terrifying incident, they had a priest bless their apartment. The activity stopped for a while, but it wasn't long before it started up again. Since then, they've had more strange events, and now they have 3 children, including a newborn. I'm worried for their safety and feel like I should do something to protect them. But if a priest couldn't solve the problem, how much could I really help? Interestingly, when they stayed with us for 7 months, they had no activity. I don't know if it's the sense of being united or maybe the presence of the religious items in our house. My mom keeps a lot of angel and Jesus pictures and crosses around. But now that they've moved out again, the activity has resumed, and I'm genuinely concerned for them. I feel helpless, and I really hope they seek help from another priest if things get bad. For now, I'm just looking for advice or insight from anyone who's dealt with something similar. There was an old store in Pueblo, Colorado, that had its fair share of paranormal activity. My girlfriend's mother owned a religious store and rented the building next door for storage. These were small storefronts, so she needed both to make the business work. When my girlfriend and I urgently needed a place to live, her mom offered us the storage side, which had a 1-bedroom apartment in the back. It was cluttered and had been neglected for a while, but we didn't mind cleaning it up for a place to call home. Most of the inventory was moved to the front, and after clearing out some junk, we set up a cozy little apartment. Living there wasn't bad at all. It felt strange to be living in a business district, and occasionally we'd find a homeless person sleeping in the alley, but we got used to it. The odd thing was that every so often we'd feel something strange, a sort of force or breeze brushing past us. We suspected it might be a ghost, but we didn't feel afraid. With the store full of religious items up front, we thought the place would be well protected. There was an interesting pattern with customers in the store, though many of them would come in looking for items of protection at the same time. I began to wonder if maybe spirits traveled through sewer lines. To test the idea, we decided to exorcise the toilet. This coincided with the bathroom toilet getting mysteriously clogged without any real cause. So we tried a little exorcism on it. Surprisingly, it seemed to work. The toilet only clogged a couple more times after that, and each time the exorcism would get it flushing again. I still wonder if it was just a coincidence. The store's layout was simple. A main storefront with a small bathroom, then an office leading to a living room, and off to the side was a kitchen. Straight ahead was the bedroom with another bathroom. One evening, after we'd been out, we were heading back into the living room when I saw something strange. A woman peeking out from the bathroom as if she was checking to see who was there. She had red hair and seemed to be naked the way she peeked around the door. We immediately went to check the bathroom, but there was no one there. It was surreal. It felt like I'd seen her both with my eyes and in my mind. Some nights were particularly restless. We'd wake up feeling a strong urge to get out, so we'd end up taking long walks around the neighborhood. These walks often took us past a small, vacant medical building on a large lot. Later, we learned that it was the site of the old St. Mary's Hospital. What's odd is that businesses never seem to last long there. The place is almost always empty or undergoing repairs. I still don't know why we felt drawn to that spot, but our walks there became a strange mix of fun and romance. Eventually, we moved out when the pipes burst one winter. My girlfriend's mother was transitioning into opening a restaurant, so it was time for us to move on. Years later, we got married, had a son, and moved to a place about a mile away. Across the alley from the old store was a liquor store that had been there forever. One day, my wife had an urge to stop by, so I waited while she went inside. She ended up talking to a longtime worker there about the elderly owner, who had recently passed away. The worker mentioned that her daughter was planning to retire soon. When he found out who my wife was, he asked about her mom and why they had closed the store. My wife explained that her mom had opened a restaurant and mentioned how the old building had always given her an eerie feeling. The worker then revealed something we hadn't known. The liquor store owner used to own that very building before it became her mom's store. Going even further back, he mentioned that it had once been a speakeasy with a notorious history, including a red-headed woman who had died there. That detail hit hard. Behind the building, there was a boarded-up section with 2 stories, almost like it had extra rooms. Who knows what secrets that alley held? Could it have been a brothel at some point? My wife was eager to share what she'd learned. After working at her mom's store for 7 years, she finally understood the source of her unease about that place. And as for me, it was a relief to know it wasn't just my imagination. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal, and as I get older, I find myself diving deeper into it. I'm also interested in psychology and how the mind influences what we think we see or know. When I was 6, we lived in a different house, though now I'm 15. When we first moved in, I had a babysitter who watched me while my parents were out. One time, we were in the basement. It was unfinished, so it was naturally a little creepy. I asked her why there was a giant S on the wall, and she told me it stood for Satan. Being 6, I believed her. I told my mom, and after that, she wouldn't let the babysitter come back. She explained that the S was actually where they'd planned to put the stairs, though the stairs were located somewhere else. This added to the unsettling vibe of that house. I started having nightmares about the basement. In my dreams, a figure resembling the Grim Reaper would take my family and me, trapping us under the basement stairs. It was supposed to be the safe spot, but ghosts would surround us, and someone would always be stuck upstairs. Sometimes they didn't make it out. When I was 4, I'd also had a nightmare about an evil clown that hurt my family. While unrelated, it was memorable and scary. At that house, I'd often see a man standing in my doorway, a figure no one else seemed to notice. He wasn't clear or realistic, but I could see his black eyes, brown hair, and casual clothing. A white t-shirt and blue jeans. He would lean against the door frame, just staring at me. I didn't understand why he was there, and I never spoke to him, thankfully, considering what I've heard might happen if you do. One morning while eating breakfast, I had no reason to think of him, but he suddenly came to mind. Felt like he was standing right there, watching me. I told my mom, and she simply said to ignore him. Eventually, I told my parents I wanted him to leave me alone. They prayed with me, asking God to keep me safe, to send him away if he was evil, or if he was my guardian angel, to let me feel peace instead of fear. After that prayer, I never saw him again. My parents later reminded me of things I'd seen in that house that I'd forgotten. They said I would sometimes talk about brown things, dancing at the end of my bed, and occasionally saw a black or purple figure standing there, just watching. I'd wake them up, terrified, but those memories are hazy now. When I was 8, we moved out of that house, mostly because of the busy neighborhood. My parents wanted somewhere quieter. But when I was around 11, I started seeing these tall, white figures, almost like white shadows. They looked like they were cloaked, but I could only see their outlines, no faces or details. At first, I thought they were angels, but I wasn't sure. I also considered that they might be demons or evil spirits, though sometimes I'd tell myself it was just a trick of the light or my imagination. Occasionally, I'd see shorter, dark shadows, barely a foot tall, lined up with each other, but always indistinct. Now, I sometimes see 1, 3, or even 5 tall black shadows in my room, usually near or behind my door. They don't move, they just watch. I feel like I'm being watched constantly, even when nothing's visible. I wonder if it's just paranoia. I used to feel paranoid about people not liking me, and I still have trust issues. I question everything, so sometimes I'm not sure if it's my mind or something more. When I stay up late, I occasionally see either a white or black shadow passing near my bed around 3 a.m. I used to see a tall black figure in the corner of my room, with a shorter black figure nearby. Somehow, I just knew it was a mother and her daughter, but they felt sinister. The shadows near my door are what unsettle me the most. What are they? Who am I? What am I seeing? For years, I've been tormented by an entity. I know it isn't a ghost. I'm an empath and I can sense spirits of human origin, but this is something different. I've even helped others with hauntings, but this entity has attached itself to me, and I can't shake it. It's plagued the women in my family for at least 6 generations. We've tried countless times to free ourselves from it, but every attempt has failed. The haunting began with night terrors. Lights turning on and off, footsteps in empty rooms, shadows looming over the bed, scratching noises on the walls, and objects moving on their own. Comes in waves. We've blessed the house and my body and soul. We've even performed rituals that temporarily worked, but it always returns, each time more relentless. I'll share 3 main experiences, though they're far from the only encounters I've had with this entity. Typically, it attacks me when I'm in a half-awake, half-asleep state, placing an oppressive weight on my body so that I can't move, breathe, or even speak. In those moments, I feel as if I'm screaming internally, but no sound escapes. When it finally releases me, I'll suddenly jolt upright, mid-scream, as if emerging from a nightmare I can't escape. In July 2008, I felt as if it were trying to take over me, like a possession attempt. It seemed to be forcing its way into my body, and I had to fight it off through prayer. Neighbors who lived nearby heard the shadows moving and banging in our house that night around 3 a.m. My husband dismissed it as a bad dream, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was a real attempt. Afterward, I sought help from a spiritualist and several religious advisors. They cleansed and blessed the house, along with my body, soul, and mind. For a while, the entity was gone, but in September 2009, it returned more aggressive than ever. This time, it targeted others too. Over one weekend, it attacked my niece, through marriage, not blood, and my husband. My niece later told me that it used her greatest fear against her, holding her down and stopping her from breathing. It appeared to my husband as a tall, androgynous figure in a white robe and paralyzed him, just as it had done to me. He couldn't scream, move, or breathe. The next night, it came for me again. I was half asleep on the living room floor, where my husband and I had fallen asleep watching TV. I heard a low growling from beneath the couch. When I looked, I saw a creature, glowing red, that looked like a zombie. It emerged from under the couch, reached out, and grabbed my arm, pulling me slowly toward it. My husband later said he'd felt me moving across the floor. Thinking I was shifting up to the couch, he grabbed my hips to pull me back, but he felt resistance and had to pull hard. Suddenly, I sat up, screaming. I could see my husband trying to pull me back, but I was trapped, helpless, and screaming for someone to save me. Later, I found bruises on my arm shaped like fingers. For a while after that, it kept its distance, haunting but not physically attacking me. But in late December 2009, it began again with renewed force. Twice in 1 week, it showed itself to me, taking on strange forms. On December 27th, it appeared as a green, cartoonish blob-like figure. 2 days later, on December 29th, it appeared as a man, pants, slacks, and male dress shoes. I tried to focus to see it clearly, but as I did, it grew angry. A loud, violent vibration filled my head, making my skull feel like it would shake apart. My husband woke to find me in this state and shook me awake, pulling me out of the experience. I tasted blood in my mouth when I awoke. Since then, it has appeared almost nightly, whispering my name and even stroking my hair. I've spoken to everyone I can think of. All I know for certain is that it's an entity, not a ghost, and it was never human. I've done everything I can except for contacting a priest. The only thing that seems to halt its advances, if only temporarily, are prayers in Jesus' name. My name is Anna. I'm 13 years old, and I live in Denver, Colorado. I'd like to share some of my personal paranormal experiences. One night, I was getting ready for bed. I'd turned off my computer, gone to my room, and lay down. Once my eyes adjusted to the dark, I could see a faint glow from the window. I closed my eyes and started saying my evening prayers. But when I opened my eyes a few moments later, the room was pitch black. No glow from the window. The air felt thick and I got chills. I sensed something at the end of my bed, slowly creeping up on me. It wasn't my dog, since she wasn't in my room that night. Suddenly, I felt paralyzed. I couldn't move or speak. Only my eyes and hands could move. A dark, shadowy figure was on top of me, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. It was darker than the room itself, if that makes sense. I closed my eyes and saw its bright yellow eyes and a twisted, evil grin. I could even hear it moaning. Terrified, I pulled the covers over my head, but the pressure on my chest only grew heavier, making it feel impossible to breathe. Desperate, I screamed in my mind, "Leave me alone, you evil devil!" And then, just like that, it vanished. The room got lighter, and I could move and breathe again. I was so shaken. I went to sleep with my mom that night. No one believed me when I told them the next day, but I know what I experienced was 100% real. Another time, I was home alone around 8 p.m., walking through the house to get something from my mom's room. The light from her room lit up my dark room slightly. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure standing by my dresser. It was a little taller than the dresser, with a full, solid shape, but it quickly vanished. I mustered up the courage to go into my room, turn on the light, and stand by the dresser. Where I'd seen the figure, the air felt noticeably colder than in the rest of the room. This next experience happened with my friend Rachel. She was over at my house, and we were talking about my visit to the Stanley Hotel and especially about the stories from the 4th floor. She suggested closing the blinds, shutting the door, and taking random pictures in my room to see if we'd catch anything. We'd taken about 20 photos with nothing unusual, but then Rachel suggested we take 5 more, just in case. In 2 of those last 5 photos, we captured the shadow of what looks like a little girl praying. You can see her long hair and something like a headband, along with a faint outline of her dress. It couldn't have been either of us, as we were both sitting on the bed, and the dresser, where the shadow appeared, was on the other side of the room. Then, in another picture taken slightly higher than my TV, we captured the shadow of a man. You can make out his face, his large nose, thick eyebrows, and even that he's bald. His shadow stretched tall across my wall, and again we were sitting on my bed. We took one more photo of the opposite wall, and this time, there was an orb. We took more pictures in the same spots to try to recreate what we'd seen, but couldn't. I still have proof on my camera, and my family and friends are all shocked. They think it's definitely something paranormal. My final story happened last summer when my family and I, just my mom and dad, went to Estes Park and stayed at the Stanley Hotel. My mom and I went on a ghost tour there. Our tour guide took us to the 4th floor, where people often report hearing little children playing. As soon as we reached the hallway, 3 of the hotel room doors started rattling as if someone was trying to open them from the inside. Our guide told us that if it was a spirit, there wouldn't be any draft. We checked for a breeze under the doors, and there was none. We also asked if anyone was staying in those rooms, and she said they were unoccupied. It was eerie. As we were walking back down the hall, my mom mentioned that her legs and ankles felt heavy, and I realized I felt it too. When I mentioned it to the tour guide, she said that sometimes the children on the 4th floor try to keep guests from leaving so they'll stay and play with them. As we made our way down to the 3rd floor, the heaviness left us immediately. I was wearing flip-flops, so I sat down to look at my ankles, and there were red marks around them, like someone had been holding on tightly. I didn't get a picture of the marks, but it was such a strange experience. In January 2001, I rented a studio apartment in an old Victorian house in Pueblo, Colorado. When you entered the front door, there were 2 one-bedroom apartments on the main floor, with a winding staircase that led to 2 studio apartments upstairs. I was lucky with my setup. The couple downstairs was friendly, and the husband did maintenance work for a rent discount, so the apartment across from him stayed vacant. Across from me was an older Hispanic man who had lived there for 20 years. He didn't speak much English, but he was nice. The location was perfect for me, close to my college and right by the Arkansas River bike trail. The upstairs was comfortable, and I loved looking out the window at the murals on the river levee, especially one with the yin-yang symbol, an angel on one side and a demon on the other. It felt fitting since I was taking Tai Chi classes at the time. Every time I walked up the stairs, I'd feel a kind of energy flowing down, almost like resistance, so I'd do a little spin to make it easier to go up. Living there was enjoyable. Thinking back, though, there were some strange things. One afternoon, bored, I took a couple of Everclear shots I'd bought for herbal tinctures. It knocked me out, and apparently, I ended up at a bar on Union, partying all night. A friend of a friend saw me there and told everyone about it. I only remember bits and pieces and woke up the next day in my apartment. A few weeks later, I got a loud knock on my door. A man, drunk and confused, thought it was his place, so I helped him find his way, thinking of my own recent experience. Another odd moment happened when I chatted with the older man upstairs. We were near the vacant apartment, its door open because the tenant downstairs had been working in there. Suddenly, the old man pointed into the apartment and asked if I could see the smoke. I looked but didn't see anything. He seemed so intent that I eventually just nodded along, even though I didn't understand. A few months later, I met someone, and she moved in with me. I thought I'd need more space, so I asked the landlord if we could move into the vacant apartment downstairs. He agreed, and we spent the day moving in. That evening, things got weird. We suddenly felt uneasy around each other. I had this feeling she might try to harm me, and she felt the same about me. We ended up sitting on opposite ends of the couch, silently watching each other. Then, out of nowhere, roaches began crawling under the front door. Not just a few, a massive swarm. They climbed up the walls, and some even dropped from the ceiling onto us. We'd seen a few dead ones earlier, but nothing prepared us for this. In a panic, we started saying prayers and burning incense, which seemed to help for a bit. But the strange tension quickly returned. We kept stepping out onto the side porch, trying to talk through our unsettling feelings. I noticed a strange patch of mold on the front window molding, about the size of a pack of cigarettes but thinner. My girlfriend, who had done most of the cleaning, hadn't noticed it. Then there was the front door. The wood grain had a face-like pattern that only added to the discomfort. Deciding to sleep it off, we headed to bed. Falling asleep wasn't easy with the tenant upstairs making noise, possibly trying to unclog a drain. Weird sounds echoed through the pipes. Finally, we managed to drift off, but I woke up to my girlfriend screaming. When I looked at her, she seemed like a different person entirely. She told me she couldn't see and felt an intense pressure on her chest. That was it. We bolted out of the apartment around 3 or 4 a.m. The next day, we went back to gather our belongings, bringing my teacher along to see if she sensed anything unusual. She agreed that something felt off, and even my girlfriend's mother, who helped us move, felt uneasy. She offered us an empty space in her shop to stay. One last eerie thing happened as we moved out. While going in and out of the side door all night, we didn't notice a bird's nest on the porch until we found an egg cracked open, with the baby bird exposed. It was a final unsettling sign. I broke my lease and told the landlord he might need an exorcist. A few years later, the entire building burned down, and in its place now stands a community garden. Many years ago, my husband and I moved to a small, old mining town in southern Colorado for his job. We settled into a charming little 2-bedroom apartment in a 75-year-old Victorian house on a hill. At first, everything seemed perfect. It was small but cozy, with lots of windows, a fenced yard for our dogs, and a great view of the town and mountains. I spent my days unpacking and setting up while my husband worked long hours, often coming home late. As I got to know the neighbors and locals, I began learning about the town's history. It had a rugged past, filled with the lives of cowboys, saloon girls, and marked by violence and death. There was an unsettling darkness that seemed to linger here. The more I discovered about the town, the less quaint it felt. I loved exploring antique shops, searching for unique gifts to send home. Despite not being a tourist hotspot, the town had its share of visitors. During my strolls, I noticed something odd. Most of the churches were closed or for sale, and boarded-up businesses were just as common as the many bars. My rosy view of the town began to slip away, revealing something far darker beneath the surface. I've always had the gift or curse of sensing things others can't. I could feel and sometimes see spirits, though it wasn't something I welcomed, especially after becoming a Christian. I had learned to suppress these feelings over the years, But in this town, it felt impossible. I went from being intrigued to counting down the days until we could leave. One cold, sunny day in January, I was headed to my favorite antique shop. Just ahead of me, I noticed a figure, a person in a dark knee-length coat with the collar turned up, walking in the same direction. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, but I was excited to chat and learn more about the town. I watched as the figure turned into the shop just before me. A moment later, I walked in and greeted the owner, Mandy. I looked around, noticing the shop was empty. Mandy asked who I was looking for, and I told her I'd seen someone come in before me, a person in a black coat. Her face went pale, and she forced a small smile, saying no one had entered until I did. "You'll see a lot of that around here," she whispered and walked away. We never spoke of it again, but I know what I saw. I dismissed the incident, not even mentioning it to my husband until a few nights later. We were watching TV with the dogs when a strong smell of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, coming from the kitchen. We both love coffee, but neither of us drank it at night. When I asked if he smelled it, he shook his head, puzzled. Our apartment had no shared vents, so it wasn't from a neighbor. Just as suddenly, the smell vanished. We shrugged it off, the dogs showed no reaction, and we went back to watching TV. These strange occurrences became regular. A whiff of freshly lit cigarette smoke, unexplained movements from the bedroom, the dogs staring into empty spaces. None of it was disturbing enough to make us want to leave, and my husband experienced very little, which made it easy to dismiss. But one day, things took an unsettling turn after a chat with our neighbor, Ken, who lived in the apartment below. Ken was a college student who showed us the way to the basement, which could only be accessed through his apartment. As we followed him to his screened porch and down the stairs, I noticed Ken had stopped, staying a few steps above, looking down at me with a fearful expression. I continued to the bottom, where a heavy, crushing feeling suddenly overtook me. I couldn't breathe or move, trapped in a silent panic. I looked back at Ken, who reached out his hand. Somehow, I raised my arm, and he pulled me up the steps, freeing me from the invisible weight. Shaken, we went to his kitchen, where he offered me water. As I recovered, he told me about his own experiences. Keys disappearing, strange banging from the back bedroom, lights failing, and a pervasive, oppressive feeling in his apartment. "You couldn't pay me enough to go down there," he said, referring to the basement. Even his girlfriend refused to visit. Oddly, he didn't own a coffee pot, and he didn't even drink coffee. That evening, I told my husband everything. He was concerned but skeptical, brushing it off as imagination. Unlike me, he had only experienced a stray whiff of unfamiliar perfume, which he didn't think much of. Weeks went by, and things were eerily quiet. Then one day I realized that Ken was gone. No moving trucks, no sounds, he had simply vanished. The landlord told me Ken had decided to move home on short notice. Now, we were the only tenants in the building. My husband traveled frequently for work, so I was often alone with the dogs, feeling isolated in that empty house. Every night, I went through my bedtime routine, letting the dogs out, securing the doors, checking the security system. But I always felt someone watching me from the dark corners. Passing the pantry or walking down the hallway, I sensed something lurking. Lying in bed, my eyes were constantly drawn to the bedroom door and the shadowed hallway beyond. I'd leave a trail of lights on, from the kitchen to the living room, to keep the darkness at bay, though it irritated my husband. One night, the feeling was overwhelming. Desperate, I spoke out loud, "You are not welcome here. I want you to leave." I shut the bedroom door, trying to close it off. But immediately, I felt an intense, burning anger in response, and for the first time I was truly terrified. I began to pray, invoking the name of Jesus to protect our home. Instantly, my fear eased, but the dogs remained on high alert, staring at the bedroom doorway. I stayed awake as long as I could before exhaustion took over. When my husband returned from a trip, I told him everything and begged him to move. He was skeptical, and as we argued, I saw a strange darkness in his eyes, a look that felt foreign and frightening. In that moment, he didn't seem like himself at all. I tried to backpedal, agreeing to stay, and the dark tension in him faded. I realized later that this was only a taste of what was to come. That night, after a quiet dinner, we went to bed. I read for a bit and then turned off the light, feeling comforted as I snuggled up to my husband. But as I drifted off, everything changed. I don't know if I was dreaming, awake, or caught between both. Above me, a dark mass swirled, blocking out the faint streetlight glow from the window. It had no face, no form, just a black, suffocating presence. I felt it probing into me, pulling and pressing as though it wanted to turn me inside out. My chest ached, and I couldn't breathe or scream. I thought I was dying. In a moment of clarity, I began to pray, rebuking the entity in the name of Jesus. Finally, my voice came and I shouted, "In the name of Jesus, Satan, get out. I am a child of God. Leave this house now." My husband bolted upright, grabbing his gun as the dogs braced for attack. Realizing we were alone, he held me as I sobbed, recounting everything, including his strange outburst that he didn't even remember. Not long after, I left for a job trip. When I returned a month later, my husband had found us a new place, and we moved in without a second thought. At 67, I've had many encounters with the spirit world. I take these experiences seriously. It's not something to toy with. For nearly 2 decades, I lived in a dark world until I turned my life to Jesus. The spiritual realm is real and not something to ignore or underestimate. Some people call me a liar. Others say I was too young to know what I saw. But I know what I saw, and I don't think a 9-year-old could make up something this big. It happened one evening while my family and I were staying at a hotel in Colorado. I live in Illinois, but we were visiting family out here. The hotel was practically brand new, barely a year old. After dinner, my parents and grandparents took me down to the pool. My dad and grandparents watched while I swam, and my mom went outside to relax in the hot tub. This pool was like any other indoor pool, except the walls were different, almost like clear plastic windows so you could see outside. But since it was late, the view was pitch black, reflecting only the dim image of the pool and chairs back at me. After a while, my dad left to get my mom, and my grandparents went back upstairs. I was completely alone, and as I climbed out of the pool, I looked at my reflection in the window. That's when I saw it. In the glass, besides my own reflection, there was something else. A man. I felt a chill and blinked, looking around to make sure I was really alone. No one was outside. I checked different windows, but still, there was only darkness. When I looked back at the first window, I saw him again. He was there, smaller than a regular person, as if he were far away, almost transparent and hovering slightly above the ground. My skin went cold. He wore black shoes, black trousers, and a white shirt like the old-fashioned kind men used to wear. Over it, he had a black tailcoat and a top hat. He looked around 40 and walked slowly, his head down as if deep in thought. I stared, trying to understand what I was seeing. Then he looked up and met my eyes. Just then, my mom opened the door, making me jump. "Michelle, are you okay?" she asked. I didn't tell her what I saw. No one in my family believes in ghosts, and neither do I. But I couldn't shake how real it felt. I asked if anyone else was outside, and she said she was the only one. Trying to brush it off, I got back in the pool and tried to ignore it, but I kept looking back at the window. Every time I did, he was still there. Eventually, we left the pool. As we were heading out, the fire alarm suddenly blared through the hotel. We rushed upstairs to find out it was a false alarm, but no one had pulled the switch, and no one could figure out why it had gone off. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that someone or something was watching over us that night. Not in a threatening way, just watching. I don't believe in ghosts, but I can't help but wonder if there's a story behind that hotel. Maybe it was rebuilt after a tragedy, and that man I saw was one of the victims of a fire, returning to make sure no one else would suffer the same fate. What do you think it was? Could he have been a ghost? I've had my share of weird encounters, but the strangest has to be with this annoying ghost I've nicknamed Jerry. Hallucinations, premonitions, nightmares, you name it, I'm sure he's responsible. I usually ignore him, not knowing what else to do. Here, I'll describe 2 events from just the past 2 weeks. The first happened when I was sneaking back into the house late. I slipped down the stairs as quietly as possible, not wanting anyone to hear me. I avoided the light switch to keep hidden. If you've read my other stories, you know that my basement layout adds to the eerie vibe. There's a hallway on the right that leads to the bathroom and laundry room, and it's usually dimly lit, with the rest of the area in shadows except for a single nightlight. Twice now, I've seen Jerry's shadow extending toward me from down that hall, and each time I go to confront him, I find nothing. It's a small area, just a washer, dryer, and bathroom, with a hidden compartment that I'd found empty, until one night when I lost my flashlight, which I keep by my bed and only use in power outages. I later found it in that secret compartment. How it got there, I have no idea. Thanks a lot, Jerry. One night, as I snuck into the bathroom, I looked into the mirror and saw a figure darting out the door behind me. I only caught his reflection, but when I turned, no one was there. I ran back down the hall, feeling no one's presence but still on edge. My TV was on, playing America's Most Wanted, but just then, the screen suddenly showed a disturbing, bloody face with pitch-black eyes glaring at me. Then the screen went static before switching back to the show. Message received, Jerry, you're annoying. But he wasn't done yet. I turned, and there was his shadow at the end of the hall, quickly moving left toward the heat duct. I raced after him, but of course there was nothing. The second event happened just last week. I was on the phone with my friend Stephanie, the only person I'm brave enough to tell all this to, and, right on cue, Jerry decided to make an appearance. As we talked, I suddenly heard the upstairs phone pick up. Then, through the line, I heard Jerry's unmistakable cough, "Guhuha, guhauha." It was so loud I almost screamed. Stephanie didn't hear a thing, though. I was about to ask her, but she said nothing, so I stayed quiet. I rushed upstairs, only to find my cat snoozing peacefully on the chair. "Is anyone else here?" I asked. No," she replied. "Great. Am I going insane?" Finally, I decided to leave a note for Jerry. I put a sheet of paper and a pen in the hidden compartment in the bathroom and wrote, "I want answers. Write below or get the heck out of my house." The only response I got was a series of dots on the line. It wasn't much, but I know I didn't draw it. Along with that, I've noticed small belongings of mine sometimes go missing or appear in strange places. My mom loses things all the time, and I often wonder if Jerry's to blame. At this point, I've tried almost everything to prove Jerry's existence, but nothing has worked. I don't want to call in a ghost expert only to be disappointed. I know what I've seen, and I can't deny Jerry's presence here. I still have no clue who he really is or what he wants. I'm considering using my video camera or a tape recorder to see if I can catch anything. Though I've never heard him speak, he just coughs and sneezes. I'm convinced he has intelligence and is purposely messing with me. I don't know what his endgame is, but I hope it's something I can use as evidence for someone who can actually help. I've even tried joking with Jerry. I have to have a sense of humor about this, or he'll drive me nuts. But clearly, he's not interested. Next time, I'm going to try to catch something concrete, something that finally proves he's real. I just hope I can be rid of him one day. He's not scary or interesting, he's just irritating. Because of him, I don't even fear ghosts anymore. They're just a nuisance to me now. I yawned. The day had dragged on, leaving me drained as I stared at the endless pile of homework in front of me. Vengeful thoughts crossed my mind as I scribbled in answers, skimming through pages just to get it done. Enough, I thought, finally standing up to stretch. My mind drifted to my girlfriend, Crystal. I'll call her and see what she's up to. I strolled out of my room, heading up the stairs, wishing someone would just come and whisk me away from this torture. As I reached the top of the stairs, I could tell it was cloudy outside. The snow had been relentless for weeks, and a friend had mentioned wanting to go snowboarding the next time it snowed hard. But when the time came, he just said, "Nah, it snowed too much," or something like that. I sneered at the thought as I picked up the phone and dialed Crystal's number. Just as it started to ring, a raspy cough echoed from downstairs. "Not again. Go away already." "Hello," Crystal answered. "Yo, how are you doing?" I replied, and we started talking. But the coughing came again. What do you want from me? Who are you? I'd sometimes wondered if it was the ghost of my grandfather, whom I never met but knew had passed away from heavy smoking. After finishing my conversation with Crystal, I slammed the phone down as that gu-gu-guaga sound echoed from below. I sighed in frustration. Need some cough syrup or something? I muttered, unsurprisingly getting no response. I'd been dealing with this ghost for years and had never once seen its face. Just vague hallucinations or glimpses of parts of him, like legs or arms. From what I could piece together, he seemed to be a man. Sort of skinny, average height with grayish-white skin, a worn gray tank top and green pants. No shoes, and he never seemed transparent, like he was fully there, casting a shadow and everything. I usually saw him during sleep paralysis episodes and even had strange dreams about him, dreams that felt like more than dreams. In them, he was always standing and staring at me, or so I assumed since I'd never seen his face. Annoyed, I stomped toward the stairs and looked down. No shadow, though I could hear the faint shuffling of feet. Our basement is odd. The area at the bottom of the stairs is finished, but off to the right, there's a large, unfinished section always filled with boxes and bags. Dark since the day we moved in. Sometimes, I could sense the coughing ghost. Let's call him Jerry. In that dark area, as if he were watching me blankly. What the heck does he want from me? These questions circled my mind every time I felt him near. One night, I woke up to see my bedroom door slowly closing. It was pitch dark in the hallway, and I could just barely make out a pale arm on the handle. My mom wouldn't be up at that hour, especially not at 3:41 a.m. But anyway, back to the point. In my room, I decided, heck with this. So I headed back upstairs. Almost at the top, I turned to look down, and once again, that guha-guha sound echoed up. I was livid. Shut up, I yelled. There were 15 steps, and I was nearly at the top with only 2 left. I looked back down, and suddenly, there was only 1 step behind me. I looked back up, and 14 steps were in front of me again. Okay, you want to fight, Jerry? I turned and rushed toward the dark area. Come out here and show yourself. I'm tired of this. Nothing. I turned and saw a shadow moving slowly up the stairs. I snickered and hurried to the foot of the stairs, but Jerry picked up speed and reached the top before I could catch up. I could hear his footsteps crossing the kitchen floor, and eerie first, as I'd only ever heard his feet shuffling away from me. I must have ticked him off this time. Did I breathe wrong, Jerry? Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the tension, and I couldn't sense Jerry anymore. Then again, I wasn't sure how accurate my senses about him were, but I always felt when he was nearby. The phone kept ringing, so I went up to answer it, glancing at the caller ID. It didn't show a normal number like 555-555-5555. Instead, it just showed 9. Unknown caller, and then only 9. I didn't answer. Afterward, the call didn't show up on the ID log, leaving me with no proof of any of this. That's what gets to me. Jerry always shows up when I'm alone, and every time, he leaves me questioning myself. Once, I looked in the mirror and noticed something strange about my reflection. My eyes looked bloodshot, which was odd since I always get enough sleep. And when I lifted my arm, my reflection took half a second longer to do the same. I can't help but wonder, what does Jerry want? He doesn't scare me anymore. He just annoys me. I wish he'd finally leave me alone. This happened way back in 8th grade, and now I'm about to graduate. Some might call it sleep paralysis, a dream, or a hallucination, but it felt like much more than that. I was lying on the couch in the family room one calm, sunny day. The TV was on, but the volume was low, and I was drifting off to sleep. Then, suddenly, I felt trapped, unable to move. I'd apparently dozed off briefly, and now I felt bound to the couch. Along with this immobilizing feeling, I sensed something watching me. It didn't feel like a hallucination. There was an actual presence there, which was unsettling, as I was home alone. As I lay there, I heard a strange cough coming from the living room. My eyes could still move, and I opened them slightly, enough to see a shadow creeping across the linoleum floor, heading toward the carpeted family room. The lights over the dining table and in the kitchen were on, casting the shadow toward me. Before I could process more, the phone rang, snapping me awake. I shot up, rubbed my eyes, and went to answer it, momentarily forgetting the strange experience. When I picked up the phone, I noticed something unusual on the caller ID. It displayed an odd, unrecognizable number, not even formatted like a real phone number. Still, I answered. "Hello," I muttered, hearing only static, like the faint buzzing when someone's there but isn't speaking. "Hello." I called again, and this time, I heard a raspy breath on the other end, as if someone were preparing to speak. Then, in a gravelly, villain-like voice, it said, "Your day will get weird." I froze as I heard a strange clicking sound, like they'd hung up, followed by 2 more clicks. Just as I was about to hang up, the voice spoke again. "Now it becomes weirder." I was too stunned to respond, so I stayed on the line, listening. There was rustling on the other end, like someone fiddling with a phone cord. Then, in a faster, almost breathless tone, the voice added, "Now it gets entirely bizarre." Another voice joined in, and the 2 voices groaned, one of them saying, "That's about how he said it in the movie, right?" The other replied, "Quite so." And then, all at once, the line went dead, leaving only the dial tone. I slowly set down the phone, looking around in confusion. Was that just a dream? But it didn't feel like one. When you're dreaming, things don't fully make sense, and you feel detached from reality. But I felt completely awake. I checked the caller ID again and gasped. The call hadn't been logged in the history. Then, from upstairs, I heard that same sickly cough echoing through the house, sounding like someone on the verge of vomiting. I mustered some courage and made my way to the stairs in the big living room. My mom was at work and my dad lived in Denver. We were in Castle Rock, Colorado. So logically, no one else should have been there. Still, the feeling that I wasn't alone was undeniable. It felt like an eternity as I reached the top of the stairs, bracing myself for what could be lurking there. I thought it might be a prank, but I didn't have any friends back then, and no one I knew would go to such lengths. I checked my mom's room first. It was empty. I crossed the hall to the laundry room, which was tiny and dim, barely big enough for one person. Nothing there either. My last options were my room and the guest room, which were connected by a long bathroom. I hesitated, especially with the guest room. I'd always sensed an eerie presence there as a kid. That's a whole other story. And I wondered if it had finally materialized into something real. I mentally scolded myself for thinking such a wild thought, but it almost felt like some invisible force was confirming my suspicion. As I crept into the guest room, that familiar sense of unease crept back, though not as strongly as in my childhood. The room looked the same as ever. The bed neatly made, untouched for years. A dusty bookshelf holding memories from the good old days, and a small blue shelf with a lamp. My attention shifted to the bathroom door. I'd often heard strange noises from the guest room and bathroom whenever I was nearby, though my mom never mentioned hearing anything. My sister used to stay in this room, but after she moved out, it had always felt different. I took a breath and moved toward the bathroom door, a sudden, inexplicable chill running through me, making my teeth almost chatter. The house temperature was around 50 degrees, which was odd for summer, especially after an uncomfortably warm week. I closed my eyes briefly, swallowed, and then stepped into the bathroom, bracing for something strange. Instead, everything looked normal. Sunlight filtered in through the small window, illuminating the shiny tub and sink at the other end, which wasn't even dripping, though sometimes it did on its own. I let out a sigh of relief. What was that all about? But then something seemed off. First, I checked the mirror, making sure nothing was wrong with my reflection. Everything looked fine. Then, a small clinking sound drew my attention to the tub. It sounded like tiny pieces of something hitting the tub floor. 3 clinks, then a larger thud, then more pieces falling. I slowly rounded the corner to check, and there, on the wall near the tub, I saw something unimaginable. The tile wall was crumbling. Bits of tile were falling away, creating a small hole near the corner. I backed up instinctively, prepared to run. After a few minutes, the crumbling stopped. When everything seemed calm, I cautiously stepped into the tub, inching closer to the hole, keeping my eyes on it in case it disappeared. I reached out to touch the edges, finding it solid, not some figment of my imagination. I leaned forward to peer inside the pitch-black hole. Then I saw it. A pale, white arm briefly swept across the hole as if someone on the other side had just scratched their cheek. Afraid to look further, I took a step back. I could hear the figure breathing, and instead of running, I called out, "What do you want?" Silence. And then, just as suddenly, the weird presence lifted. I stepped closer, determined to stick my head in the hole and see what was there. But the moment I leaned in, I felt a sharp pain as my forehead hit the solid wall. Rubbing my head, I looked again. The hole was gone. There was a time when I was growing up in Indiana that we were remodeling part of our old house. We'd stripped the wallpaper off the walls around the stairway leading up to my bedroom and just applied a fresh layer of spackling compound to even out the old plaster. The plan was to glue cork and mirror tiles onto the walls the next day. Yes, it was the 70s. In the middle of the night, I got up to go downstairs to pee. Nice to remember that even as a kid, I'd need to get up for that every now and then. In my room, we had a rocking chair where our family cat, Rascal, liked to sleep at night. With my glasses off, everything was blurry, with just the moonlight and the streetlight streaming through the windows. One of the windows was at the top of the stairs, and, in the dim light, I thought I saw Rascal's fuzzy white shape in the old wooden rocker. So, on my way to the stairs, I leaned down to pet him. But as I reached out, my hand passed right through the fuzzy, furry blob I thought was Rascal, and my fingers met only the rough texture of the cushion. A sudden chill shot through my hand, like an electrical charge but incredibly cold, numbing my hand up to the wrist. This'll sound strange, but it was as though the edges of this thing were gathering blue as I looked at it, almost drawing the color out of the room. The tingling intensified until my elbow hurt. Then, just as suddenly, it darted away through the back of the chair as if I'd startled it. It moved fast, shooting across the room toward the staircase. An elliptical blob of bluish-white light that didn't touch the floor but churned slightly as it floated through the air. As crazy as it sounds, I chased after it. It darted to the stairwell, gliding down just above the steps, leaning toward the wall before finally slipping through it, disappearing somewhere along the other side of the landing. I reached the top of the stairs and looked out the window, hoping to catch another glimpse. I saw it briefly as it shot above the hedges and tomato plants in the side yard. Then it suddenly shot upward, out of sight. As it rose, it seemed to peel backward, like it was turning itself inside out, before vanishing completely. By the time I lost sight of it, it was around 10 feet above me, nearly halfway across the neighbor's yard. That thing moved fast, and weird. I kept watching the sky for a few minutes, hoping for another sign of it, until I finally had to go to the bathroom. Afterward, I went back to bed. It was late, and I didn't think anyone would appreciate being woken up just to hear about something that was already over. The next morning, I went down the stairs, where the spackling compound had dried and was ready for tiling, except now it was all scratched up. But these weren't regular scratches. If it had been the cat, I'd expect to see claw marks in straight or curved lines, maybe lifting the compound in places. But no, these marks looked like jagged lightning bolts, squiggled into the surface. They were short, almost methodical bursts, as if someone was trying to write something but forgot how to use the alphabet. The strange part was how the compound had been disturbed. Normally, if you drag your finger through something like cake frosting, which has a similar texture to spackling compound, the frosting pushes outward, leaving a heavy edge at the point where you lift your finger. But these marks had no heavy edge or end, nowhere. Instead, the spackling compound was displaced evenly around each mark, like the movement started at the center of each shape and pushed outward in all directions. Uniform, smooth displacement across every mark. When I say the marks looked letterish, I mean they had a consistent height and width, almost like someone was scribbling quickly. Yes, I know, it sounds like alien ghost graffiti, but honestly, it could have been writing. It looked that deliberate, you know? My brother and I studied those markings for a long time, twisting around to look at them from different angles, even holding a mirror up to see if they looked like letters backward. Eventually, though, we had to smear on the glue and tile over them. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, Let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I've had many ghost experiences in my life, but my current situation has brought me here because I now own my home and can't simply move away. Things have reached the point where I'm terrified at night, and I even sleep with a light on. To summarize, a previous resident of my house died tragically in a motorcycle accident. By a strange coincidence, I know someone who knew him when he was alive. I've learned he enjoyed throwing parties here, and one of his friends who frequented this house was violently murdered by her boyfriend, who also spent time here. The activity in the house started months ago, but recently, I had my cards read. As I started to ask, "In my house?" the reader cut me off, saying, "You mean the ghosts?" She immediately sensed a male spirit who was bothering me and a female spirit who was trying to communicate, without me giving any details. The most activity takes place in my bedroom. My husband snores, so he often sleeps on the sofa to let me rest. One night, as I walked into the dark bedroom to turn on the light, I walked right into a presence. I felt his energy as if he'd been hiding and was startled that I'd bumped into him. The energy quickly vanished. Days later, I woke in the middle of the night, thinking I saw my husband moving to his side of the bed. But as the dark shadow hovered over the bed, I realized it wasn't him. Once it sensed that I knew it was there, it vanished. Afterward, I spoke aloud, asking the ghost to leave me alone because it was scaring me. About a week after that incident, I was woken by a voice, a female voice this time, saying clearly, "I'm dead." I haven't heard her again, but I suspect she may be afraid or even suppressed by the male energy. Last week, I came home from the store with my son, and I noticed both my bedroom door and the basement door were closed. I asked my son if he'd shut them, and he said no. I don't recall them being closed when we left, and I'd usually keep them open because the litter box is in the basement, and I prefer the bedroom door open. I checked, but none of our pets could have closed them from the inside. I've never experienced doors closing in this house due to air circulation, nor anything like this before. A few nights ago, my husband came into the bedroom to ask me something. As he spoke, I woke up and opened my eyes to see him standing by the bed, but my focus shifted to an apparition of someone sitting on the floor, staring at me. Their face was level with the mattress only a few feet away. Apparently, I threw the pillow I was holding at them, which baffled my husband, who later asked why I'd thrown a pillow at him. My husband has seen corner shadows and odd things like the computer turning itself on, but he hasn't experienced contact like I have, so he doesn't fully understand why I'm so scared. The night before last, I performed a salt protection ritual, smudged the house with sage, and kept a candle burning safely while I slept. I slept much better that night. Unfortunately, some salt got into the bed, so I had to wash the sheets the next day. I'd also tried placing my shoes at the foot of the bed with one turned the wrong direction to confuse the spirits. Later, I found my slippers neatly placed together outside my bedroom door. I never leave them there, and they look almost identical except for a ribbon on one indicating the right foot. My husband wouldn't notice or care to arrange them like that. I told myself I must have put them there and forgotten, thinking otherwise was too unsettling. Last night, I had a nightmare, though I'm not sure if it was just a dream or if the male ghost was toying with me again. In the dream, I felt his presence and even reached out to touch his cold, lifeless arm. I woke up trying to scream my husband's name, but no words would come out. I finally got up, found him, and insisted he stay in the bedroom with me, snores and all. When I moved to Colorado from my parents' house in Pennsylvania, I thought I'd left the strange experiences behind. My old house had its share of unsettling moments. I always felt watched, a constant, almost threatening presence. That feeling lifted a bit when I moved, but it didn't disappear entirely. Even in Colorado, I sometimes felt as though something was following me, just out of sight. I'd pause, sensing something behind me, almost like listening for it. During those moments, I could feel its energy in a specific spot, as if it were standing right there. It was like walking and hearing someone following you, but when you stop, they stop too. Creepy, right? Around this time, I also started hearing odd noises in the house when I was alone. Footsteps, creaking sounds like someone shifting their weight. One night, as I lay in bed, the sense of a presence was overwhelming. It felt like someone was watching me from a distance, almost hesitant to come closer but drawn toward me. I could hear the usual night sounds. The thin walls allowed me to hear my dad and stepmom snoring in the next room. The hair on my neck stood on end as I tuned into every little noise in the hallway outside my door. It sounded as though someone was shifting their weight out there, like they were waiting. Then I heard my stepmom get out of bed, and as she did, I heard soft footsteps retreating quickly away from my door. She went to the bathroom next to my room, then returned to bed. A few minutes later, the same soft footsteps padded back to my door. At that time, only my dad, stepmom, and I lived in the house. I could hear both of them snoring softly again, in a peaceful rhythm. But whose footsteps were those outside my door? I could feel their presence so tangibly, like they were in the very air around me. Then I did something I've never done before and probably shouldn't do again. I spoke out loud, asking that if it was truly there, it should prove it to me. I asked it specifically to knock on my door. There was a soft shuffling outside the door, then silence. The air seemed to suck in on itself, and everything became very still. Then, 3 soft knocks sounded from the middle of my door, not like a human hand, but with slow, measured pauses between each knock. My heart stopped because it didn't end there. I heard the metallic squeal of my doorknob slowly turning. Panic surged as I realized this wasn't my imagination. My doorknob was actually turning, and whoever or whatever was on the other side of the door was going to be in the room with me. I'd unwittingly invited it into my space just by acknowledging it and speaking to it. I had received a clear, chilling answer. I spoke firmly into the night, saying, "Stop! Go away. You're not welcome here." It may have sounded silly to say this out loud, but the doorknob stopped turning and slowly returned to its original position. Relieved, I relaxed a bit, listening for any other signs. The air still felt thick with its presence, though quieter. A few minutes later, I felt a gentle pressure on my leg, the blanket folding under it as if someone was touching me. I was frightened, but oddly didn't feel threatened. It's hard to explain. I wasn't exactly comfortable, but I didn't feel like I was in danger either. I told it to go away again, and eventually the tension eased in the room, allowing me to drift off to sleep. It would be nice if it had ended there, but it didn't. Every so often, when I sense that feeling of being followed or watched, I sometimes hear 3 soft knocks around me. That sensation of being followed has never fully left. I can feel its presence from time to time, but I've never allowed it as close as I did that night. I sometimes wonder if it's the same presence, or if it's all in my imagination. I know what happened that night was real, but I don't want to risk inviting it back into my life. If it's still there, I prefer it stays at a distance. Or better yet, not there at all. When we lived in Pennsylvania, our neighbors told us our house was haunted. My parents laughed it off, but it made me uneasy. We lived there for about a year before I experienced anything myself. One night, around 3 a.m., I was just heading to bed and was suddenly overwhelmed with fatigue. So I didn't even close my door. I just fell onto the bed. I'd barely closed my eyes when I heard the distinct sound of footsteps racing down the hallway toward me. I jolted up, eyes wide, but saw nothing. The footsteps only stopped when they reached my doorway, where I felt a blast of warm air hit my face. Needless to say, I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Around Christmas in that same house, my family and I were setting up lawn decorations when they had to leave to pick up my sister from soccer practice, leaving me home alone. I was watching the yard from my room for some reason when something transparent caught my eye. I wasn't sure what I'd seen, but it stopped, seemed to look back up at me, and then headed for the front door. I thought I was imagining things until I heard knocking. I moved slightly to see the front door from my window but saw no one there, even though I could still hear the knocking. About a year later, we moved to Colorado, where we lived in a small house on an Air Force base. Again, nothing unusual happened for about a year, until one night when my brother and I were talking about paranormal encounters. He told me about his college dorm, where a lamp would turn itself on and off when he was alone. Just as he finished the story, a light in our house, which we rarely used, started flickering on and off for about a minute. We went to check it out but found nothing strange. It never did that again, and the bulb was rarely used, so we never even had to replace it. About 15 months later, the military moved us to a larger house in the same neighborhood. I liked the house initially, but that changed as soon as we got settled in. In my new room, there were 2 beds on either side of a window. I slept on the bed to the right, as the moonlight would shine over me around midnight, which I found calming. However, one night, I noticed shadows moving across my body, made by something outside. Living in the mountains, I assumed it was deer until it kept happening, even though my dad mentioned that the deer around here typically went to sleep by 9 or 10. I hadn't looked outside, partly out of fear, but eventually I did. I noticed an unusual amount of movement in the trees outside my window. My room was on the first floor, so I was able to look closely, and when I got up for a second look, I saw a pale, white face staring back at me from behind one of the porch supports. It looked like it was sneering, and all I could see was its face. I stared at it for a few minutes to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, but then its eyes widened. Terrified, I turned on all the lights, closed the blinds, and huddled in the corner of my room. From that night on, I started sleeping with the blinds closed, as the movement in the trees was sometimes accompanied by faint laughter. A few nights later, I had a dream that I was walking out the back door one morning and saw a man in a yellow mask reading the newspaper by the door. He looked up, stared at me, and laughed quietly. I kept walking, but the image of that mask still gives me chills. Not sure if it's relevant, but it felt like it might be. About 6 months later, my dad retired, and we moved to the house I'm in now. We've only been here about 4 months, but strange things have already happened. Each night around midnight, I brush my teeth and wash my face before bed. Half the time, I hear quiet footsteps coming up the stairs and down the hall. Every time, I freeze and check around the corner, but no one is ever there. One time, after hearing those footsteps, I went a little further in my investigation and got halfway down the stairs before hearing a girlish giggle and frantic shuffling, like someone was trying to hide from me. My sister wasn't home that night. Additionally, my brother and I often hear what sounds like a girl whispering, though we can't make out the words, as we walk up the stairs. When our grandparents visited for 3 weeks, they stayed in my room, so I slept on the couch in the basement, near my sister's room. One night around 2 a.m., my sister went to the bathroom in the dark and saw what she thought was me, huddled under the covers on the couch, laughing hysterically. She says she hurried back to her room because I wouldn't answer her, and it creeped her out. The only problem was that I was sleeping upstairs in a different bed that night. While I admit it's somewhat fascinating to have these experiences, it's also unnerving. I know most of these things could probably be explained away, but there's a feeling you get when you just know something's wrong. I'm sure anyone else who has experienced similar things understands.